We'll get underway, thank you. So this is day 5 of the Stream 2 hearing. Any preliminary issues that we need to address? Doesn't sound like it. Is Mr. Boffer online? Well, if you bring him in. Mr. Boffer, you there?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you. You're good to go. We have no preliminary issues to address, so you're number 1 up.
Oh, right.
So we have your presentation, Mr. Boffer. We've read it. So please proceed.
Right. Well, I mean, I could go through that presentation, or I'm happy to just go into questions. But I guess just the major summary points from that presentation were initially with respect to the derivation of these SNAs and how that all went about, and the number of times I've had different ecologists back, each time changing it, and the final version in Mr. Goldsmith's evidence. There's still a couple of places that are incorrect. So I guess my level of comfort with the whole process was and experience was not fantastic. I did go out of my way to engage with the council and was helpful all through the process, I thought. So that's the one issue, and then the major issue I have is the restriction on the use of land moving forward, by tying up almost half that land in SNAs, and it will restrict the future use of it. And as Mr. McDonnell has pointed out, he doesn't believe any rates rebates should be on the agenda for people with SNAs on their land. So I guess in summary, unless there's some sort of rates remission or rates rebate or rates relief given, my view would be to get the SNAs removed from our land. So I guess not going through each slide. I just those are the highlights of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Botha. I can report that we've, in our discussion with the council staff, member Mr. McDonnell and Mr. Goldwater, the staff team have recommended, have suggested that they are open to going and having another look at locations where it's suggested that the current version of the SNAs on the table, which is in turn varied from the notified version, as you've pointed out, is whether it's accurate. So yours was one of those noted where they need to have another look, and just as Mr. Goldwater said to us, having looked at the photos, it should take 5 minutes to go and eyeball it and agree that it is what you say it is.
Yep.
As regards the more philosophical issue about rates relief or no rates relief, we're in something of a cleft stick. Although the council has delegated to us the power of decision on the PDP submissions, we don't have the power to commit the council to a rates relief policy, because that's done under the LGA and the Rating Act. But we are under a legal obligation to implement the RPS, which directs us to identify and provide for the protection of SNAs. So on the basis that a problem shared is problem halved, As I say, I'm inviting you to tell us what the answer is to the conundrum. That
Yeah, I mean, I can see you can't enforce the rates policy. I mean, in my scratching around the example of Timaru District Council and their biodiversity policy they've implemented, I don't know if it was subsequent to the implementation of SNAs or during that process, but, you know, their biodiversity policy is something that, you know, if Porirua City Council adopted almost as is, would be extremely helpful. So, and I guess you can't force the council to have a biodiversity policy, but you know, at first look of it, you know, if PCC had such a policy in place, I wouldn't be saying what I'm saying here. Yeah, what the solution is, if you don't have a solution, I'm unlikely to have a solution either, I think.
well, certainly, as I say, while we can't commit the council to a rates relief policy, we could recommend it
Yep.
As an adjunct to our decisions. As I say, the council might take our recommendation and file it in the round receptacle in the corner, which is its right. But do you think there is value in us doing that? If we could, as I say, we can't commit the council, but do you think there is value in us recommending a rates relief policy, or more generally, like a biodiversity policy, in effect, like an implementation plan to sit alongside these district plan provisions?
I would, yeah, I believe if you're able to put that forward as a recommendation, even if they don't adopt it, it's certainly helpful, rather than being silent on the matter. You know, I guess potentially in the future, the NPS on Indigenous biodiversity might encourage councils to adopt that process too, going forward. But it's, you know, as a landowner, it's frustrating to see what gets adopted in some councils and doesn't then flow through to others, where to me it just makes sense to adopt such a policy, given the pushback on SNAs nationally. You know, I can't believe it's going to be a massive burden on the council, and there are there's a whole lot of other activities the councils undertake where they don't rate individual users to the extent that they use the services. The people closer to the water reservoir don't pay less water rates than those further away. I can't see, while it's a council obligation to put SNAs in place, I can't see why the ratepayers with those SNAs on their properties need to carry that burden.
I'll ask my colleagues. Commissioner Sinclair, any questions for Mr. Ball?
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. In terms of you gave the example of Timaru District and it having rates remission on properties containing SNAs. Do you know what the level of that rates remission was?
No. One of the policies I did read was in proportion to the land that's taken up by the SNA. So it would obviously be a percentage of the land value, not the improvement value, and the percentage of the land that's taken up by the SNA.
Thank you.
I did speak to Timaru District Council, and certainly that it's in force and it's in play, and so people with SNAs can apply for the rates remission.
Just could you confirm for us that the areas planted with the proteas, which are sold as cut flowers, and the areas of the copsing eucalypt and the acacia for firewood, are they all now excluded from the SNA?
They're all now excluded, yes. So in Mr. Goldwater's latest revision, those areas have been excluded.
And so that the only issue in terms of the identification that now remains for you is the track width and how that's shown on the plan.
Indeed. Yep.
Right. Okay. No, that's very clear. Thank you very much.
Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Botha. You've mentioned the financial impact of the SNA in terms of your ability to use the land. Do you have other financial occurrences in terms of, for example, pest management, fencing? I mean, are there any additional costs that you incur just by living on a rural property and having an area of bush on your land?
There is. I mean, I've done extensive weed management, pest control. I'm doing a bit of rat trapping at the moment, but that's pretty minor. It's mainly been the time and effort and energy that I put in over the years. I have, in more recent times, Greater Wellington Regional Council have been in touch, and as we have a portion of the Taupo swamp on our land, which is a very small portion of that SNA 47, I have been in touch with, or they've been in touch with me about getting access to that and doing some weed control within the swamp area, but there isn't any assistance afforded to do any weed management in the rest of the area. So, I mean, you know, whether it be Elman's beard or gorse or whatever that I have been attacking slowly, there is no assistance. I haven't been out to seek assistance. It is something that I've been doing, and nobody's, I guess, offered it. And to my surprise, the Friends of Taupo Swamp haven't even offered. But we'll leave that for another day.
Thank you. I'm asking because a number of submitters who have rural zoned property have suggested that there should be some differentiation in the plan between rural and residential zoned land. You seem to have a mixed bag of zoning on your site. Do you have any comment on whether there's a different, level of the plan should actually accommodate, two separate zones?
Yes, our property at the moment is all zoned rural. Under the proposed district plan, the majority of it is proposed as rural residential, but there is a portion of it that's been recommended to be zoned as residential, and that discussion will happen at one of the later hearings. I mean, I guess there's no guarantee that will happen. I guess that will then incur some issues with rating on the whole title, given that it will be one title and potentially some might be zoned residential and some rural residential. But at the moment, the rating value on rural property in Porirua is different to that on residential. So I'm not entirely sure that answers the question, but I do see a difference. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose my question was more about the different level of costs and impacts that might be occurred by a rural landowner in terms of managing an SNA or protecting, as opposed to the measures that might might occur on a residential zoned property.
Certainly, I agree with that. I mean, one of my issues in my original submission was in the identification of the SNA, the boundary on our western border. So we've got 21 residential neighbours, so we're kind of a rural property jammed right up against the residential zone. So most of our neighbours are residential. So the identification of that SNA 047 on the northwestern side, it's all up against residential properties. I mean, if you look at the photographs and if you look at that, the bush goes over the fence. It doesn't stop at the fence. So the SNA's been defined as finishing on the rural boundary. and not hopping over the fence onto the residential property. So all those residential landowners are not going to carry any burden of an SNA because it hasn't been identified on there, even though the bush on that side of the fence is probably older than the bush on our side, on the rural side. And then obviously the vast majority of the big SNAs are sitting in rural zones. So rural landowners are going to, carry a far bigger burden of it than residential landowners.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, is it a safe assumption if the rating value on rural property is different to that in residential property, the difference is that it's lower on rural property?
Lower as a percentage terms, yes, yeah. So the rate per hectare of land in rural zone would be lower than the per hectare rate on the residential zone. But then obviously, rural properties are generally much bigger. So in absolute rating value, you're going to end up paying more for big blocks.
Understand. Commissioner Pomare, any questions for Mr. Botha?
Yes, just one. Kia ora, Mr. Botha. Thank you very much for your submission. I do understand and hear your sense of frustration. You have expressed a concern, understandably, in relation to the potential restrictions that you envisage on the future use of your property, given that over 50% of it has been included within a proposed or a number of proposed SNAs. I'm interested in understanding from you what you believe you should be able to undertake in terms of activities on your property within the SNA without the need for resource consent.
So I certainly trimming some of it. So if it, particularly on the edges, where it might impose, sunlight restrictions or view restrictions, and the bit on the northern side of our house, I mean, that is, I planted that there, and it was included in the SNA, so there was no reason to be within the SNA. But if it was still within the SNA, I would have issues with having to get an arborist to trim it. I mean, it's a nonsense. I've been trimming it for the last 20 years. Why suddenly does a bit of bush need further protection? One of my other concerns is I've planted these stands of trees, eucalyptus and acacias, for firewood essentially, and they're now right on the border of a proposed SNA. I mean, I've been cutting these trees down myself, and I'm quite good with the chainsaw, but they don't always fall the right way.
Yes.
And so, it's highly probable that in the cutting of the felling of those firewood trees, is it going to damage an SNA? Clearly you've got to take more care, but I mean, it's a frustrating part of having this sort of mixture of, with the SNA bordering against a current activity, and it's going to restrict its use. Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions from me.
Well, thank you, Mr. Botha, once again for your contribution. We appreciate that, and we'll look forward to hearing from you, as you say, in future hearing streams. We'll take it on board, your thoughts, and we'll ponder them. As you might imagine, we've had a wide variety of contributions on this particular topic.
I can imagine, and I think I'd prefer to be sitting where I am today rather than where you're sitting.
Yes, but that is just the cross we have to bear. So thank you again.
Thank you for your time.
Do we have Mr. LeBlanc and Mr. Farr online? Mr. LeBlanc and Mr. Farr? Welcome to the hearing. My name's Trevor Robinson. I'm the chair of the hearing panel. We have your brief piece that you sent in last night. Thank you for keeping it within the 3 pages I asked for, because lots haven't, which is rather aggravating. So we appreciate you following the rules. Invite you to present your submission, and we'll go from there. Once you've presented, the commissioners may well have some questions. They may not, but they may well do. So over to you. You have the floor.
Hi, I'm Remy, and this is Graham. Graham going to talk. We're talking in the name of the owner of the land.
Yeah, hi. First of all, Richard would have made a submission himself, but there's he didn't put it in quite on the time. He thought it was the end of the day, and it was midday or something like that. And since then, there's some medical reasons. We just want to talk about you've got the submission from the first part. And so we're just talking about the SNA today, is that right? Not the zoning?
Correct. Zoning's for another day.
Yeah. So the basis of the submission was that it for a long time, Richard bought it as a potential housing land, and it's been it was originally owned by the Housing Corp, and it's always been considered to be a potential housing site. In fact, in our submission in the 2002, there's a review of the bush and that sort of thing. I don't know. That's one of the later pages or the appendices in our submission, and it says there that the likely to be zoned for future development, but will be helpful to retain enough riparian bush, especially in Southern Valley, to maintain some habitat and linkage values. These will be enhanced as succession proceeds. So that so sort of out of the blue, the whole area becomes an SNA, which is pretty weird. So we're not happy with the methodology, and that's described in that first part of our additional evidence. Where we don't think that it has it says here that the vegetation in the Goldwater report, the vegetation at the property comprises part of a moderate-sized bush remnant characterised by mahoe, that's whitey wood, dominated regenerating low forest. Well, we wouldn't call it a forest, it's all pretty low. And also, a bush remnant sounds like it's from original bush, and that's not, that you can see from the aerial photo I've added in that there's possibly 3 tiny bits in the red, which could possibly be original, only because it was, where earlier photos show it farmland, and an area in the circle there was completely cleared, and this is 1979. So it's not the report makes it sound like it's old original bush, and that's not the case. It's been listed as suitable. The bellbird was the only bird that I think was in the report. But in the RPS 23, supports one regionally scarce bird species, bellbird, contains indigenous vegetation on acutely threatened land environments. Well, it's hardly that. And also in page 19 of the Wildland Methodology Report, it says bellbird not threatened, local distribution increasing in abundance. We also, ask about that land being the acutely threatened environment. And the other point is that it was considered to be like a bird path, links different places. But when you have a look, there's in the evidence, there's a ton of bush on the Colonial Reserve, Colonial Knob Reserve, just over there. That's massive. That's only 500 metres away. And then to the south, there already is a reserve. And the other side of it is, if it was developed, the owner, he developed the little wee one at the bottom there, the Tariff Avenue and Tariff Street, is it? Yeah. So he's done about 10 lot there, and he actually vested one to the council as a reserve, and that was his intention for the rest of the land. He wasn't looking to flatten it and make it all go. So what our submission is that it shouldn't have been done in the first place. It's a housing value, and we can talk about that in the zoning, but the value of the housing is enormous, obviously, on a site like that, both for helping in the housing crisis, and also, the owner's got an asset which is now the value's being totally destroyed by this, and there's, alternative, the bush around it is, it's not special bush on it, and there's a massive reserve to the south, and the council own a massive bit on Broken Hill Road, which can be left as reserve if you want one there,
For me also, it's amazing in a democratic country that a law can be passed to destroy the value of private property. So this is owned by an individual, and you're putting an environmental protection on all his land, by then you're destroying all the value of his land. And I don't think you have done everything you could to make sure that this person was aware of what's happening. I don't know. I don't think he ever talked to anybody from the Porirua Council. And so I think this is kind of crazy, that the way democracy works, where you can enforce some things. And yeah, I think it's completely unfair.
Also, I'd like to add in that Richard doesn't live locally, otherwise he'd turn up today, but he lives in Rotorua, so.
Gentlemen, can you give me the street address in?
It's listed as 0 Raiha Street. But it's also probably 40-something Tariff Avenue, but the actual, oddly enough, the address is 0 Raiha Street. Yeah.
We're just looking up the online maps so we get a clear fix. So
it's 10.3 hectares.
Try Turret Eve.
So we're talking about 10.3 hectares. What proportion of it's in the SNA?
A whole lot, right?
Everything. Almost 95, 99%.
I don't think there's a developable bit of land left.
Sorry, what's the land currently zoned?
I think it's rural, yeah. Or
The point, one point I would make, gentlemen, I understand what you're saying about the SNA criteria. I think you need to be aware is that we're receivers in that regard. The criteria are in the regional policy statement, and we have a legal obligation to implement the regional policy statement. So from our point of view, it is what it is. We understand, so we've taken on board your comments about whether it actually meets the criteria and the internal contradiction in the wildlands report. But I think it's important that I tell you that we don't have a discretion whether or not to apply those criteria. As I say, it's not a question, but I think you need to be aware of that. Commissioner Sinclair, any other questions?
No, nothing from me. That's very clear. Thank you.
No questions from me.
Commissioner Pomare?
Tēnā kōrua, thanks very much for your submission. Just one quick question from me in terms of clarifying the relief you're seeking from this panel. Is it that you're seeking to uplift a portion of the SNA over the property to allow for some form of development, or is it that you're seeking for the SNA in its entirety to be removed from the property?
The owner would consider obviously leaving some of it, and some of it you would just probably wouldn't develop anyway because it's quite valleys and stuff like that. He's not, without you flattening the whole thing. But I'm sure that he'll be up for negotiating, but I'm not too sure how we go around that. If it was a smaller amount,
Yes.
should those negotiations be started now? So.
Yes. Well, my next question was going to be whether the owner would be willing for a further or for a site visit to occur and for a discussion to be had on site around the potential boundaries of the site, of the SNA. He was, he was fine with the wildlands people going on the last time, and I'm sure he would be. No, yeah. That'll be fine, yeah. Thank you. No further questions.
Well,
I think that might be a good solution. Yeah. The other thing is that there is a reserve to the west of it, pretty well. That you can sort of. I don't know if you see on the planning maps there, but there. Yes. So that also, obviously adds to any bird path type thing, but possibly an extension of that would make a lot of sense, So you ended up with a decent amount in one place rather than dotted around. Yeah. No, that'd be great. Yeah.
Understand. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, gentlemen. It's quite clear what you're talking about and why. We'll need to take that on board along with all the other inputs that we've received, and appreciate you calling in this morning.
Okay, thank you very much for giving us some time. Yeah.
Not a worry. Signing off. Ash, the next submitter is the Abdies, that we're not expecting until 10:15. Well, let's adjourn until 10, and we'll see if they've arrived, and we'll go as soon as they're ready to go. We'll resume the hearing. Mr. and Mrs. Abdi. Hello there.
Hello there, it's Jane speaking. Grant will be with us shortly.
All good? So thank you to you both. We have your brief further statement as well as your submission. The floor is yours.
Well, is there any questions you'd like to ask of us, please?
Well, there are. I have one or two. The first is you've said in your suggestion that properties that are more than 1/3 covered in indigenous vegetation should be exempt from controls.
Yes.
It looks to me that the SNA, even as notified over your land, is significantly less than 1/3 of the total property, and the council staff are recommending that it be reduced still further. So I'm wondering what we make of that, because just looking at the aerial,
Yes.
it looks like there's quite a lot of bush on your land that isn't identified as an SNA. There's certainly trees. So I suppose I'm a bit puzzled by why you're raising that. Or is that a general point that you're making?
Well, most of the vegetation is self-grown. It's been here all the time we've been here, and but it does get ravaged by the environment, and it's quite a gnarly piece of land. So we found out the best way is just to let some areas regen on them by themselves. But I think that the trees themselves do serve a purpose for birds, and I think that we have really given up a lot, of our land for, trees and for the environment.
I suppose the thing that's puzzling me is that
Yes.
the area that's identified as an SNA that's subject to the rules we're talking about over your land is quite small, or it appears to be quite small just looking at the map, and the council staff are recommending that it be reduced further. Have you been able to have a look at Mr. Goldwater's revised map suggesting
Yes.
what he's suggesting? And so the question is that still a problem to you, and if so, why?
Well, we don't want to be part of the green belt, which is included in the rail corridor and transit land. We kind of think it's a bit unfair that you sort of taken a piece out of our land just for that. And really, it should come down to, I think, individual trees that need to be protected. I mean, they're dotted all around the area. We don't really. The area concerned is quite, as I said to you, the land is very rugged. It's been torn apart by bad drainage and a lot of other issues.
Okay, I'll ask
I'm not sure.
I'll ask
Okay.
my colleagues if they have any questions. Mr.
Yeah.
Sinclair?
Good morning. The
Morning.
can I just confirm, do you want the relief you're seeking then is that the any of the SNA on your piece of land be removed? Is that what you're seeking?
Yes, brought to the boundary, back to the boundary, same as everybody else.
Sorry, could you, when you say same as everybody else, so
Yes.
what do you mean?
Well, with all my other neighbours that I can see on this map of SNA 27, I've got a picture here, and it shows the boundary as being the SNA 27 all the way along, really.
Right. And that you mean that it's apart from that small part on your land,
Yes.
all the rest is actually contained within the rail corridor land?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. No one else is affected the way I am. And I did mention I did contact the railways, but I'm a bit puzzled about all this. But maybe it's an upper level thing. I don't know. But I talked to the property division, and they knew nothing about it. I have the lease on the part of the lease on the rail corridor, which I look after. So that goes down to the safe area of down to the no zone area of the rail track.
On the presentation you put forward on page 2, 3.15.2, the assessment 167 and 168. Could you just clarify what it is you mean? I do not support option 1. Option 2 is more practical. More practical?
Well, sorry, I haven't got. I've got. You mean 3.152?
Yeah.
Yes.
On page there.
Yeah. Well, it's just my considered opinion. After reading it, I haven't actually got it.
So what?
Sorry,
What is it? Could I just ask what it is? What is it you're referencing when you say 3.15?
I think it might be Mr. McDonnell's 42A report.
Right.
At the table he had of different options to deal with fire risk. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's assessment 167, 168, but option 2 was I consider to be more practical.
Okay. Thank you. That's all from me.
Mr. Williams?
Good morning. Thank you. I've read your submission. I wondered if you could talk to me a little bit about the definition between your land and the railway land. I'm just picking up you're saying that you actually manage some of the railway land below your site. Is that right?
That's correct, yes. Some years ago when they wanted to put the walkway in, I gave up a piece of that. But my land runs probably within 20 to 25 metres of the rail track, and it's a railway lease, and I do pay for that lease. So that's they've drawn up a plan, and I'm sure the council are aware of it, or are made aware of it when they wanted to. For me to give up a piece of my land at the end of my lease.
We hand remove cherry tree seedlings, of which there are thousands, and we also try to remove wandering willy, and I do occasionally trap for pests. We were once part of the pest control group that was running here in Porirua Bay. And now that we no longer have an accessible convener, I just do the best that I can.
So to clarify, you lease some of this land, but there are some obligations that you have in terms of
Yes.
maintenance of that land.
There is a legal contract in place.
Thank you. And one last point, is there any boundary fence that differentiates your land from the railway land, or is it just contiguous?
No, it's not. It'd be a bit hard to achieve because parts of it go over a gully. Maybe the area that would be near the SNA and also near the property number 7 along our list. That area's got a very deep gully, and that's where the stormwater is transported by air down to the rail track.
Right, thank you. That's the information that it's very hard to pick up from an aerial. So thank you for that.
Yes. It may be a benefit visiting, if you wanted to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pomare?
No questions from me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, both of you, for your submission today. It's sufficiently clear, and I fully understand what it is you're seeking. So, kia ora.
So thank you very much to both of you. So very helpful to have a clear statement of what you want and why you want it. And thank you for plugging in today to talk to us about it.
A couple of minor things I did pick up on. You probably don't appreciate it. The property sort of faces north, and it's quite a narrow corridor so we do get very limited sunlight. But I did also pick up on the report from the apologies.
Yes.
We hadn't seen, just a report, we haven't seen any barking gecko in all the time we've been here, but that's just, maybe they are here, maybe we don't. I've never seen them. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your time.
We'll sign off now.
Yes, thank you.
And we'll adjourn until Mr. Mather comes online. We'll aim for 11:15, but we'll see what happens.
Yes, I am. Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not sure who I'm talking with. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for the chance to speak to this. I've been on this property for nearly 30 years, and it's the first time I've ever had the opportunity or taken the opportunity to speak with council over planning things. I did object to the zoning in, I think it was 2012, and never managed to make it to the discussion sessions because I was out of town at critical times. But so this is a good opportunity for me. In 2012, the property I'm in was sort of viewed as leafy precinct, not part of a formal bush arrangement. In fact, it's only the very tail end of what you would now call the Motuhara bush. It requires a lot of maintenance, and the properties around us, particularly the one on the immediate north side, is unmanageable. And I don't think it gets any sort of management at all. So we have a big encroachment of weeds, particularly vinous weeds, which will kill trees and do kill trees if they're left unattended. So keeping the property clear of Aliagni and what we call locally mile a minute is a critical part of management. And these weeds don't care whether the plants are native or exotic, they will kill them. And so it's a big task to just keep that clean. The point with that is our bank's about 45 degrees and you have to be sort of prepared to clamber and work pretty hard to get in there to deal with it. So if we are faced with employing people to do what I've been doing for the thick end of 30 years, it would be very expensive. Now, the planting program we have is to prevent erosion. I think the big risks here are not lack of bush. There's plenty of bush around our district, around Plimmerton. The real dangers are erosion and the death of plants through weed encroachment. So we make sure we have ground cover all the time. We're facing the northwest and occasionally do get the wind in from the northwest and the rain. And if the bank's left unattended, it will be a problem. Now, these matters are the main risk matters for properties around here. And I really think that the crux of this whole thing is it's a risk assessment matter. I don't know, for a start, why we are included within the Motuhara bush. We're a very small area of land. Half our property is within that bush now. And I think these are the things that need to be considered by council. I mean, rather than have us employ expensive arborists and apply to do what we must do anyway, I believe we should be just left to manage our properties, these ones along the waterfront where I am. Now, the written submission I can talk to if you wish. You have read it. There's some things there that I think in the matters to be considered. I think there's things there that council just needs to comment on and to answer my questions. The critical question is how, the number 10 on my second page, is how difficult it is to amend the bush reserve area to exclude our property, which I don't think is any cost to the environment whatsoever, no risk to the council. That's a critical thing. The likely financial cost to us is number 8, is something we can't actually estimate, but I imagine it's quite high. And I think with the impact assessment, it would be appropriate for Porirua City Council to carry out a risk and cost assessment of the property as it stands within the bush reserve, including the SNA, and to carry a comparative risk assessment of the property if it's placed outside the bush reserve. And these should consider financial costs. it seems to me, when I make that statement, that council has said, well, here's a little bit of bush that's attached to this bigger bush. Let's just add that in. But the effect on the householders is pretty important. And we don't think this plan is very useful to the city, and it just imposes a cost upon ratepayers. And we're already paying quite adequate rates out here. Do any of you wish to go through any of these items in my paper?
Now, what,
Okay. No, we didn't. In 2012, a gentleman from the council rang and asked if he could have approval to visit the property. And I told him he would come on anytime he liked. He doesn't need approval. If it's for the council, for a legitimate council reason, just come on in. So whether he actually ever did, I have no idea. There's no report back on that, but nothing in this current round. No, you can't do much with it. It's just too steep. It's on rock. The plants are all growing out of the rock we have in this area. To do anything with it, you'd have to get a bulldozer in there and carve out big chunks of the bank, and I don't imagine people would want to do that. No, certainly we don't want to do it. We garden back as far as we can with shrubs, ground cover. We're continuing. My wife's up there just about all the time at great personal risk. She's braver than I am. I get up into the weeds, but she does real gardening there as much as she can. It's not in the bush reserve. Thank you. Right. I appreciate having the opportunity, and I'm aware how big the task is for you, and one little property considered in isolation is a problem. But I would like an answer to the matters to be considered. I think some of them warrant a written reply when you've been through the exercise. So if you could take that on board, I'd appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have asked, I've sent some shots through that I would like you to be able to see, if possible, please. And I've had some communication with Ash about, and she said I need to ask for your approval to be able to share them. Thank you. Yes. I'd like just to introduce them at the time that I speak. You've already got them, have you? Has Ash sent them to you? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. That'd be great. I probably won't use one of them, so I'll tell you which ones. Thank you, and thank you for reading my submission already. I think I've sent it in two parts. The first part was my submission to the plan, and the second part was in response to the report that was done by Tori. I think the key thing is that we've lived on this property for 47 years, and we live here partly because of the bush, and we just love living here. And the idea that it needs a different level of protection, I find quite strange. And in particular, I find the arguments that have been put forward by the council for why this has to happen to be quite spurious, as I've said. I don't think that there can be any development of this gully, which it is effectively, because it's very steep and the only access is either from the roads up at the top or the road along the beachfront. And all of those properties, the house that's already on each property covers most of the width of the property because they're quite narrow. There wouldn't be any way of getting access down the side. And so I just don't think that the development aspect stacks up. I don't think that the compulsion of the RMA stacks up because there are several councils that have decided not to put the SNAs into effect. So, basically I don't see that the council has advanced a good argument for taking away what is essentially one of our property rights by owning this property with a fee simple title. The other aspect is that already we are getting some harassment from various people who are very exclusively native conscious, and they've actually come onto our property and cut down some non-native trees and ring-barked other ones that were obviously too thick for them to saw through in either because their energy levels or because they were discovered, or I don't know why. But, this is a real infringement on our property rights, particularly when you consider that those trees that were there had been mentioned by the man who set up Ngā Manu Bird Sanctuary as being really important food source for the bird life. And at a particular time of year when birds really need some extra help. So they are my particular reasons for not wanting our property to be under the SNA. Now, if you could bring up the slide that is view from upstairs, please. Okay, this is the current view from our property. And if you look down, directly down in front of you, you can just see rocks there. Now there's actually a beach there and a road and a house. And when we lived here, first of all, you could see the house, you could see the road, and you could see the beach. And I could, 25 years ago, I would wave to my children from the deck they would be on that beach, and they would know because I was waving that it was time to come home. Obviously, this is how much the bush has grown. If you look over on the far left, you can just see a little tiny bit of what is actually the roof of our neighbour's house. That is when 20 years ago, 25 years ago, we could wave to them on their veranda and they could wave back. When my neighbour Gabriel went home after having dinner with us, she would flash her kitchen lights. The kitchen is kind of like down about here. She'd flash her kitchen lights and we'd know that she'd got home safely. So I'm just showing you this so that you will understand that we've allowed the bush to grow. We haven't needed an SNA. We've simply let it happen. Now, if you could look at the one that is called Tui's MOV, because it's a little video, please. Yeah, here we go. We love our birds. We love our bush. We put sugar water out for the tuis. Sometimes none of them come. Sometimes when it's stormy, we get crowds like this. And we like the wildness of the undergrowth in our bush because it's good for nesting. We're just, we are not anti-native anything. We really support this. And if you can put up the last tui one, that's the still, please. It's called high res, I think. Yeah. So there's a great big kowhai tree there. They hang in that and they drop down and come and feed. And, and the song is just absolutely fabulous. There's nothing like sitting out on the deck with a gin and tonic with tui sound all around you. It's just absolutely wonderful. So I just wanted to see those so that you know that we are responsive and responsible. We just love living here. And we don't see the need for the council to introduce this to protect what we're already protecting. However, if they want to, then they can buy the section, the piece of land. Because of previous submissions that we've made to the council, our SNA area has actually already been reduced a little bit. But for a lot of people, that comes right up to their houses. Our land value on this section is $455,000. It's quite a substantial amount, and we think that the council should, if they want to have the rights over this land, they should buy it. There is precedent for that. They've bought 2 other sections further around Motuhara Road in the past. If they don't do that, and I see that they say that would be unfair to ratepayers, or we suggest that there should at least be rates relief on the reduced value of the land. So like take 250,000 off the capital value of our land that our rates are assessed on. And another thing is that the consent fees that they are proposing, which I have had from the council, of a minimum of $1,900 is just an exorbitant amount. I'm retiring next year. We'll be on a fixed income. My next door neighbour is a single person on living on superannuation. How can people like us and afford $1,900 for, as well as the ecological report and and well, you'd have to pay for somebody to come and cut them anyway. But how can we afford $1,900? It's just crazy. So basically, what we would like is we'd like our property removed from the SNA. Ideally, we'd like all the properties on this gully removed from the SNA on the grounds that the argument put up by council hasn't been made out. We'd want, if they do decide to proceed with it, we would want a rates adjustment, and we would want the current owners to have exemption from the consenting process and fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Major. Rather than a question, I should give you the free legal advice for the day, is that no one's got the right to come onto your land because it's got an SNA on it. The effect of the SNA is to provide create some restrictions. It doesn't give anyone any rights to enter your land.
I do understand that, but it has engendered a feeling of property ownership, of it being a common. As I said in my submission, a real estate agent was advertising it as Motuhara Reserve. And this, the idea is now that it is common property. And I know that it's not, but that is what has happened by setting this up as an SNA.
I can only say that the number of statements real estate agents make that are questionable. You started writing them down, might take you a long time. With all due respect to the ethics of the real estate profession, Commissioner Sinclair.
Thanks, Mr. Major. In terms of the land that's covered by the SNA on your property, do you use it for anything, or do you undertake any activities in that area?
No, we don't. Not now. I mean, when our children were small, they would roam there, and other people's children still roam there. It's a lovely area for kids to be able to go bushing, and it's actually really nice to hear the kids' voices up at the house and know that they're down there, just roaming and climbing trees, and I don't know, doing what kids do. But personally, we don't. The whole idea is that it should be undeveloped, really, which allows the bird life to thrive.
Thank you. In terms of the properties at 57 and 59 Motor Road, when were they purchased? Do you know?
I don't, but it was a considerable time ago. It was probably in the 1980s, I think. And they were the only sections that were left with no houses on along this thing, as far as I can work out just from thinking about it.
And my final question was, in terms of you said about taking 250,000 off the rateable value. Can I how did you calculate what that number should be?
Just that it's rough. The land value is 455,000, and it is probably slightly more than half that has gone into the SNA.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further from me.
It was a guess.
Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Ms. Major. That was a great presentation you made. My question really is, I'm trying to see where the gully landform is, and probably it's going to be something that's going to be very hard for you to describe, but I wondered if you could try and tell me how where you sit in relation to the gully, or if the wider gully, where the wider gully sits within the SNA?
Yeah, we sit at the top southern boundary of where it extends out. There's a little thin bit that comes up Motuhara Road. Beside our property is a path that goes down with lots and lots of steps going down to the beach. It's actually a drainage reserve that in the 1980s, when PEP labour was available, they converted the old path that went down there into this series of steps. So that is a drainage reserve that is quite wide at the top. The council sold off. They made a mistake with the surveying when they put the steps in and encroached on a property on one side. So they had to give that property a bit of the drainage reserve, and the people on the other side decided they wanted a bit too. You'll see that, I think, in my submission to Matt Pratt in 2013. And so from the steps, the drainage reserve, the gully goes north. It goes, because Motuhara Road winds around, it has a finger that goes north, and then another finger that runs along the ridge above the sea, above Moana Road.
Thank you. I might have to look at a contour map to get that detail, but it was certainly useful about the drainage reserve as well. Is drainage a problem for you?
It's a sewer line that runs down there. Drainage for us over the years has sometimes been a problem because the pipes on the road are old, and when they break, because of where our property is sited, we've had drainage problems, including making a big hole under our house, which I think is also my 213 submission. Most recently, when Plympton had the big floods in December, the drain up at the top, it turned out that it was full of debris and hadn't been cleaned out properly and completely overflowed. And we had a torrent of water running through our garage and under our house. And luckily, we've got a pole house, so it just ran around the poles and didn't cause any damage, ran right down through the bush and into the stormwater culvert that runs across all the properties at the bottom and flooded the property immediately below us on Moana Road.
Right, thank you. That was very useful. Thank you.
Christopher Murray.
Kia ora, Mrs. Major. Thanks very much. Thank you very much for your submission. And can I just echo the comments of Commissioner Williams in complimenting you on an excellent presentation. Subsequently, I don't have many questions for you because it's been so clearly presented, but I do have one, and it's in relation to the additional comments you've made on the Section 42A report. And there you've referenced paragraph 169 in relation to fire risk. And you've suggested there that this issue needs to be better addressed. And I think we're all in agreement with that, including the Section 42A report officer here. And you've recommended that the panel gives some direction on this. Now, I just wanted to get some clarification from you as to your position on the proposed new policy in the Section 42A report. Did you see that? There's a policy there that's being proposed in relation to wildfire management. And I wondered whether you'd had the chance to read through that and what your position is on it.
I thought that it was unfortunate that they chose the option that was most costly to the property owners and least costly to the council. I thought that it was a funny argument saying that they couldn't comply with the FENS requirements, otherwise the SNA would disappear. Well, yes, actually. And I thought, this comes back to this the cost of consenting in order to comply as well.
Yes, I understand. So, I mean, we're not in a position, unfortunately, of being able to impose upon council any requirements around rates relief. But there may be an opportunity for us to provide some recommendations in relation to that. If there was the option of some kind of relief for owners with SNAs on their property to relieve them of rates as a compensatory type measure, that may be able to contribute to or cover the cost of an arborist in relation to the need for, vegetation removal to control fire risk. Would that alleviate your concerns?
But yes, it would certainly go towards them. It would. I'm not sure that they realise what $1,900 represents to an ordinary person for just getting a consent to do something on their own property.
I understand.
It's outrageous. If people are on superannuation and getting $26,000 a year, already paying $5,000 of that in rates, and then needing to pay another $2,000 plus the cost of cutting down your trees, it's like, or topping your trees, nobody's cutting them down.
Yes.
Or maybe cutting them down if they're very close to your property. And then they talk about providing assistance to replace highly flammable trees with trees that aren't quite so flammable. Well, yeah. I'm not terribly impressed with your estimate.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mrs. Major, I was just, I've pulled up the map of your property in relation to the SNA. How far is the boundary of the SNA from your house as it is?
You'll see it's on quite an angle, and it comes from the drainage reserve. It's quite a distance from the house, but then on the other boundary, the northern boundary, it comes up to where we've got decks. Can you see it sort of on an angle?
Yes, I can certainly see it's an angle on it, but there is actually a scale, so I could work it out myself. But yeah, you haven't. Looks to be. Oh. I'll do now the commissioner next to me is far more organised. She has a ruler.
I don't think that shows our decks.
So that
the actual property.
It looks it looks about 10 metres from the corner, maybe of the property. So where is the deck?
In front of the house. We've got two. We've got one at the top level and one at the bottom level. I think what you see on that is the roof, but then the decks go out beyond the roof.
Yes.
But also, if you look at the plan, as you go around the gully, the SNA plan actually cuts across some people's houses.
Yes, it's it looks to be quite a lot closer to the house immediately to your north, and then very close to the one two up and right, right under the deck of the one. Let's see. So you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up from you.
Yeah, it's I mean, and some of them, if you look at, I can't remember what number it is now, maybe number 55, it goes right through the house. My point around this fire business is that, I mean, if we may not be so badly off, but if there's a fire, it won't know to stop at our boundary because we're further down. I mean, this will, if the vegetation comes right up to people's houses, all the way around the whole gully, it puts everybody at risk.
Yes, sure.
Mr. Major, could I just check something that at your property, at number 43, the bush in reality comes right up to your decks. Is that correct?
Yes.
But then when we look at the district plan map, the significant natural area is shown on the plans as being sort of 10 metres away, further away from. I just want to make sure that I've got it correct, that it's shown as one thing on the plan in the district plan maps, but it's a different in terms of what the actual bush is in reality.
That's true.
That's true. Okay, thank you.
And the reason for that is that that was changed. I'm remembering here, but I think that when we made our submission in 2013, we submitted that there wasn't anything significant in the upper part of our section, which is in terms of an SNA, which is actually where those trees, the acacias, and in particular the tree lupins and other trees grow in that area up towards our house. And so we got the SNA reduced because they couldn't say that was significant. In the meantime, the bush has grown up into that area. Now, we've now got cocoa, we've got panga, we've got all sorts of things growing there actually. But I'm probably arguing against, I certainly don't want you to extend the SNA on our property. But actually the bush does come right up to the house now. The park.
I think you're relatively safe there. We can only make decision on the submission. So if the submission only asks to reduce it, that's the only thing we're able to do. We can't extend it further. So thank you.
So we've taken careful record that you do not want it extended. Understood. Got that message loud and clear, Mrs. Major.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I think that's all from us. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. Really appreciate that, as you will appreciate. We've had any number of comments from all spectrums, all sides of the spectrum. So we've got to give careful consideration to all of the inputs we've received, and yours will be among them.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll sign off now.
Thanks very much.
Is Mr. Kovacs? Not yet. We'll adjourn until Mr. Kovacs arrives. So we'll resume the hearing. We have Mr. Kovacs.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Kovacs.
Hi. Cool.
Hi.
Thank you for your time.
It's quick on the dead, you know. It's Trevor Robinson here, the chair of the planning hearing panel. I and my colleagues are listening with breath bated for your presentation. We have your PowerPoint that you circulated last night. That's very useful. Thank you. We've all read it. But what would you like to tell us?
Well, I was just going to use it to talk through basically, I think like I've previously been told, I'll go through and of course it just reiterates and aligns with what I previously asked, and then I'll go on to the amendments. So if I just, if we start on with just the page number 2, and I can just talk to that first. So if you can just swap over to page number 2, please.
Right, we've got that.
Yeah. So yeah, just to reiterate, I mean, obviously the initial SNA summary was about how we had the mature Mahari dominated trees, the Kanuka, and a number of different species, and the fact that the area is protected by a PCC covenant in 1920. So that was the original basis for the SNA. Of course, my response was there is no Kanuka in that area. Yes, I agreed it was Mahoe, but the Mahoe is literally straddling my existing septic field, so that sort of left me in a precarious area for any future consent or work required around there. Very small number of Mamuka. The pond area covered under there was actually man-made for specific purposes. The covenant, the PCC covenant 1920, doesn't seem to be any record of it. So no one, it wasn't on my original paperwork when I bought the property. I've asked people in the council to look through, and we can't find any record of any covenant. So it was a bit strange. Also, there was basically none of the other sort of trees that were outlined in the original SNA in that area. Nor, from my memory, I've actually had them in there because I've pretty much kept it going as is because I do like it. So I'll just quickly jump onto the next page from there. So yeah, on July the 30th, I invited your representative over to have a site visit. And so just quickly recapping, as they said, they agreed, that there was no Kanuka around in there. The comment around the PCC covenant, the area they consider a small size would preclude it from meeting that criteria anyway, although I can't see the PCC covenant. So the key thing that they sort of came back with was obviously that the pond area, they agreed, yep, that's constructed, though, yes. So this is the new part. Obviously, after looking at that, they now say, cool, there's a bit of natural sort of wetland, or not natural, but now considered natural wetland created by that pond. So that's just recapping, obviously, what they came back with, and obviously, if we skip to the next page, we came back with an amendment, which is basically exclude most of the Mahoe forests, a lot of the areas, but because of the wetlands, they've taken the area and created a new area out to the left-hand side of it. So they've taken another area and designated that as my interpretation here is wetland. So if I can just move on to the next page. So my problem with this is I've tried to describe it as best I could. So pretty much that area, that used to be part of my paddock, and we changed the fence line. So it's always been pretty much paddock, and it's also the area that all the culverts and stuff come down through from the other paddocks and my drives. So that runs through there. And in fact, I'd already started construction at the very tip there of this new area, where I use clean fill, filled it in to level it out because I need to build my a pen there for my sheep shearing, etc. So all this was done and planned, and I got materials well before this amended SNA came out, because obviously when beforehand there was never marked as an area of interest. In fact, when the person was on site, there was no sort of, we just casually walked past it, so we didn't really go into any details around it. I can agree the fact that probably near the beginning of it, probably the first little quarter is the closest you're going to get to wetland. And if you can see, the bottom left-hand photo, where some of the, flags is there, that's about as far as the wetlands encroach into it. The rest is, just solid paddock. So that's my first sort of real comment about it is it's just not wetland. If we can move on to the next page. I'll raise the concern now that we've got around the man-made lake pond is now generated a wetland. This pond, just noticing over the years, is starting to degrade a bit, and some of the water is starting to come off the top and starting to get quite mushy on there. So my fear is that although that's not considered part of the SNA, it will fail at some stage unless I go to town on some major engineering. And so if it goes, then the wetland goes probably with it. So that's my concern is, around what does it mean for me, with regards to this pond, how is that going to, impact me? So onto the last real slide here. All I can say is, can you please review and can we somehow re-look at this amended SNA, because the bulk of the area marked there isn't actually wetland, and I just don't. It's like my original discussion. It's based on certain criteria. When you look closely at it, like the first time it didn't meet that criteria. What do we do? Where do we go from here? So that's the in a nutshell. That's pretty much my my discussion here.
Okay, Mr. Kovacs. Can we, Ash? Can you pull page 4 back up? That one.
That one.
Can you describe to us, Mr. Kovacs, where the pond is in relation to this diagram? Like, basically,
So,
I want to mark up the diagram with a sort of X marks the spot.
So the pond sits at literally just there. Up a bit, please. That dark patch there is the pond. So where your arrow is over, that is the pond.
Well done.
So it's been marked sort of out or descoped.
So it's been excluded.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, the next question is, you said that you backfilled it with clean fill. When did you do that?
Sorry. I backfilled the clean fill, that very tip of the new red area at the very top of the diagram.
Yep.
That would have been
up there. Yes, there.
A couple of months after the site visit. Basically, it was before winter time, because at that stage it was nowhere near the SNA area. So the SNA area, the very tip of the original green outline there, fit beautifully with the old fence line. And so it was like, cool, this area is not part of the SNA. I was going to fence it off. That's probably not relevant, but I was going to build the little pen there, and I actually was going to use that green area in there as a little bit of a runoff hold area, just when shearing sheep, etc., let them mow down that grass a little bit. And that was pretty much it, because it is, it's part of my old paddock, and when we redid the fence, it was just easier to cut across, because it seemed it seemed quite wasteful having just that little dog leg sticking out. Okay. So that was the plan, and that was done, after the site visit, when of course the SNA area was quite clearly the green area, and so this was not part of the SNA.
Understand. Commissioner Sinclair, any questions for Mr. Kovacs?
Just one, the wetland or the pond area that you're talking about, and you have just identified where that is. So that's been constructed wetland or pond rather than a naturally occurring pond. Is that?
Oh, totally. So I actually on page number 6, you can see the aerial photo from 2005, which shows that aerial photo from 2005 up the top there, which you can see it being constructed. Right. And if you look at the older photos, it was never there. So, it's quite common. Obviously, it's to have a water source in case of fire, for added irrigation when it's dry, and animal watering as well. It was a natural thing that was done to provide, an alternative water supply for us. So yeah, and that's what sort of built out. And as the expert said, yeah, cool. That lifted up, and moved back that sort of, and created that whole water wetland area.
Okay, thank you. That's very clear. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Kovacs. It's Commissioner Williams speaking. So you discussed that if the pond, getting back to the pond, that if it degraded and collapsed, that there would be some impact on the proposed new wetland area that's been included in the SNA. Was that correct?
Well, yeah. I mean, as in your guys' report, obviously the pond has lifted that water level and created not only both sides. It's created that wetland area. So obviously, if that main water level was to drop away, and I don't know if I've got a photo that shows sort of how high it is, it significantly drops that water level. A lot of that wetland area will just shrivel into, I think most of it, the water itself comes from that long, thin part to the left up the gully. So that's the sort of natural area where, from the hills, the water comes down, and that trickles down into that gully. So when they built the pond, that sort of increased that water collection and grew out and became a wet area, a wetland area. So if the pond goes, then You can probably go back to the early, unfortunately, they're black and white, but the early 90s or the 60s photos, it's quite a reduced, small, thin area. Literally, what you've got is, the two sort of feeds. The main feed to the left, coming from sort of the hills, is quite substantial, but where the new proposed area is, the stuff would have probably still come down the hillside, and just trickled along into that gully and then further down onto the neighbour's side. So that's my concern there is, it is there because of the man-made construction. I'll do my best to keep it going because I want it. I want an emergency water supply, but I'm just wary. My 12 years of being on this property, I've seen it change, and that's my concern is whether it be an earthquake or something else, that thing is starting to deteriorate, and I need to work out how to keep it alive, keep it intact. But I fear if there is something that goes on, that wetlands will be severely impacted, and I don't know what that means for me, from a responsibility area of maintaining an SNA, because it's not me just not chopping something down. I now have to work out and keep it construction intact to keep it going. It's a little bit daunting.
Oh, thank you. And just to clarify, has the septic tank dispersal field area been removed from the SNA after the
Yes, it
visit?
has.
It has,
Yes,
right.
yeah, it has. So that was brilliant. Thank you. So yeah, that's awesome. So it is a case, obviously, having a look at in that big sort of on the page 4, the big spur to the left hand side up the hill has been reduced to the actual area of plants. And I've done a lot of work to try and maintain it. I've cleared it of it really was when I got it gorse and blackberry and stuff like that, and trying to keep it natural, but it is a lot smaller area than what was originally put in the SNA.
Right, thank you. Most helpful.
Mr. Pomare?
Kia ora, Mr. Kovacs. Thanks very much for your submission and for your presentation and the inclusion of the aerial photographs in particular, which I found very useful in illustrating your key concerns and the relief you're seeking. Most of my questions have been covered, but I just wanted to clarify with you that you are happy for the remaining bit of vegetation in that gully adjacent to the pond to be included in the reduced SNA.
Sorry, can you just re-clarify that?
Yes, sure.
On the original page 4, maybe.
Okay, let's have a look at your page. Yes, on your page 4. So that little bit of vegetation, which has been reduced in size as a result of the site visit, adjacent to the pond area there.
Yeah.
You're happy for that to remain as part of the SNA?
Yeah, I don't have an argument with that. All I'm saying is it didn't meet the criteria and it's not wetland, but to me, I mean, I do want to keep, areas natural as possible, and I try to plant where possible. So that's cool there. It was just really the areas that would, like the top part, and of course, things like the septic area and the pond were the ones that gave me the most concern.
Yes, I understand. I understand fully. Thank you. Thanks very much. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kovacs. That's very much appreciated. We've got your feedback, as Commissioner Pomare said. Very useful presentation. Good use of the photographs. We've got a very clear fix on what your issue is, and so we'll as I say, we've got lots of inputs, as you might imagine, lots of different perspectives on these issues to think about. But we'll take into account what you've told us and see where it takes us.
Brilliant.
So
Thank you so much for your time.
thank you.
Cheers.
We'll adjourn. Ash, we'll come back when Dr. Cave is ready to go. We'll try for 1:15 if he's arrived by then. But whenever he does arrive, we'll start. We'll resume the hearing. Representatives of Greater Wellington Regional Council out there somewhere?
Kia ora, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Stream 2 hearing. Over to you.
Great.
Good to go?
Tēnā koutou, Commissioners. To start with, I'll just briefly remind you of who I am and who I'm with. So my name is Fleur Matthews, and I'm Team Leader of Policy Implementation at Greater Wellington Regional Council. I've held this position since April 2020. With me is Mr. Matthew Hickman, Manager of Environmental Policy, who will be available to answer questions that predate my time at Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Greater Wellington Regional Council's submission for this hearing stream. I'll provide an overview of our thoughts on hearing stream 2, and then Mr. Hickman and I will be available to answer your questions. There are 23 submission points and 35 further submission points from Greater Wellington Regional Council in hearing stream 2. For almost all of the submission points in this hearing stream, we agree with the Office's report's recommendations. And this reflects the significant amount of work that Porirua City Council has undertaken with our experts to ensure that the eco provisions are well aligned with the regional policy statement for the Wellington region. There's just one matter from our submission that I'd like to elaborate on in an effort to assist you in your decision making, and that's around the responsibility for protecting biodiversity in and around wetlands. Greater Wellington has the primary responsibility for controlling the use of land within wetlands to maintain and enhance ecosystems, as set out in Policy 61 of the Regional Policy Statement. Objectives, policies, rules, and other methods are set out in the proposed Natural Resources Plan to do that. However, RPS Policies 23 and 61C also establish that city and district councils have a responsibility to both identify Indigenous biological diversity and to develop objectives, policies, rules, and other methods to control the use of land to maintain Indigenous biological diversity, except in the coastal marine area and the beds of lakes and rivers. It's important to note that natural wetlands are not excluded from these responsibilities. Territorial authorities therefore have a responsibility, though not a primary one, for controlling the use of land to maintain identified Indigenous biological diversity in wetlands in the Wellington region. Further direction on this responsibility is provided by RPS Policy 43, which requires territorial authorities, when considering a review of a district plan, to have particular regard to, among other things, there's a subsection A, maintaining or enhancing the functioning of ecosystems in the water body, and J, discouraging the removal or destruction of Indigenous wetland plants in wetlands. The RPS policies I've just mentioned are consistent with the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management 2020, which emphasises the primary responsibility that regional councils have for managing effects on natural wetlands. However, it also re-emphasises the responsibilities of territorial authorities. So sections 3.53 and 3.54 of the NPSFM require that local authorities that share jurisdiction over a catchment must cooperate in the integrated management of the effects of land use and development on freshwater, and require that territorial authorities include provisions in district plans to promote positive effects and avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse effects of urban development on the health and well-being of water bodies, freshwater ecosystems and receiving environments. You will recall from hearing stream 1 that Mr. Smale provided evidence on these matters. The Regional Council therefore supports the provisions in the district plan that give effect to this direction, in particular policy Eco P5, the proposed changes to policy Eco P7 and the inclusion of known wetlands in the PDP's maps. We're now happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Sinclair, would you like to go first?
Thank you. I think that's fairly clear. Are you able to send us your notes that you just, I think, read from?
Yeah, happy to do that.
Because I didn't write it all down.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
I have a question, Ms. Matthews. The 42A authors have recommended to us that while the policy should provide that wetlands, to the extent that they qualify under the criteria in RPS policy 23, should be identified. They've recommended that submissions seeking a greater level of control over activities affecting wetlands should not be accepted. What's the Regional Council's position in that regard?
Thank you, Commissioner. Our position would be that the PNRP does provide for protection for land use controls within wetlands, and we're obviously comfortable with those provisions. However, we would like to see, and this is not in our submission, so but we would support setbacks from those wetlands where they're not provided for in the NES, the National Environmental Standard. I guess I've heard the panel talking about the changes to, or the proposed changes to the National Environmental Standard, and I suppose we would like to see that any setbacks that are in the plan retained, depending on where that lands.
The problem that the 42A authors have identified is that the notified plan has non-complying activity standards, whereas the NES is prohibited. Mm-hmm. So clearly that can't stay, that they are inconsistent. Mm-hmm. And as you've observed, at the moment, it's not an actually moving target, but it appears likely that it will move imminently. It seems inherently unsound to attempt to predict where central government will land. That would be seen to be, I think you'd need a well-polished crystal ball to go down that track. And so the recommendation to us is leave setbacks for wetlands to the Regional Council to sort out. What's the Regional Council's view?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I think one of the challenges we have is for the control of activities within wetlands, it's a reasonably clear functional split. Where you've got activities that are outside of a wetland that may affect the wetland, then it does become a wee bit of a hazy area. And that's where this integrated management is key, that the regional plan and the district plan need to fit together. So essentially they provide seamless management of wetlands that meet the requirements as set out both through the Act and the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. So our position is that we want to avoid the gaps. So if there's a perceived gap that we don't have control of activities or management of activities that are near wetlands but fall within the TA's jurisdiction, then we want to ensure that they are managed appropriately in line with the national guidance, so we don't have a planning gap across our two types of plans.
Well, that raises the question, what are the gaps in Regional Council control of land use activities affecting wetlands from the outside in?
think this topic was traversed to some extent by the Department of Conservation submission as well earlier this week. And we just really want to make sure that as you're going through this process, that the panel ensures that there are no gaps. I think we're relatively comfortable in terms of where the regional plan sits, in terms of its functional area and management of wetlands. The key bit, because we don't manage setbacks as the NES has setbacks. So the large setback aspect was introduced by the National Environmental Standard for Fresh Water. I think it goes up to 100 metres. So it's making sure that the three bits of the framework, as it were, the NES, the district plan, the regional plan, are all actually operating together to provide that integrated management of wetlands and the protection of them.
I suppose, Mr. Hickman, you're not telling me what is the gap that we need to ensure is filled. You're just telling me that we need to look carefully to see if there is one. And I'm trying to get a little bit more assistance from you than that.
So one of the areas of the gaps that we've identified is in around the control of non-Indigenous material. So the actual management of the green stuff that's non-Indigenous but could actually house Indigenous biodiversity. So there are those components of potential gaps that feed into the overall management and good health of wetlands. I'm not entirely sure, Fleur, I don't know whether you have a comment on that and whether the setback issue where we have that functional split between TA land use controls and then regional council wetland controls, the interface is the area that potentially there's a gap. And whether, Fleur, you've got any more comment on that particular interface question?
As I think Ms. Matthews identified, the team from the Department of Conservation addressed us on this. They identified the location of structures within as an area requiring setback, but they didn't explain to us how a building or structure could impact a wetland in ways that wouldn't require a regional council consent, like discharge of stormwater runoff, hard surfaces, actual physical effects, which would presumably have to be in the wetland to have a physical effect. So do you think that that's a gap, controlling structures adjacent to wetlands?
Certainly within the wetland, the structures would be covered by the PNRP. And the way that the PNRP is formulated is around, it's like an effects-based regime. And so, you know, if it would result in wetland reclamation or drainage or water take use, etc., then it would require consent. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't think that is a gap, but we're happy to go away and get some further advice on that if you would like.
Yes, I would like your input. Because I think we need more than you know, a top of head response, because when could you do that by, please?
We could do it mid or end of next week.
All right.
What would work?
Next Wednesday would be good. Can you do that?
Mm-hmm. We can do that. And so that is really just to check the doc's view about the gap, or would you like wider advice on any other gaps?
No, I think I think that we should we should limit it to the specific point that Doc made, which was buildings and structures adjacent but not in wetlands.
Sure.
Do they have effects? And if so, are those effects managed by the regional council, either through the NES deemed rules or through the PNRP?
Okay.
Commissioner Williams, any questions? No question. Commissioner Murray, anything, last thoughts, Commissioner Sinclair? Thank you very much for your input, both. Appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, and so we'll look forward to hearing from you next week.
Very good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Is Mr. Phillips here yet? What's this? Oh, good answer. Well, then let's let him in. Mr. Phillips, are you out there?
Certainly am, sir.
It's Trevor Robinson here, the chair of the hearing committee. I and my team are listening, waiting with breath bated for your contribution on Stream 2 matters. So over to you. We have the material you pre-circulated, which is taken on board, and so it's it's whatever you'd like to tell us.
Yes. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'll just say my name is Mark Lyle Phillips. I live on the property at 1071 Moonshine Road. The property's described on page 1 in detail or whatever, so that was just what page 1 was about. It's approximately 186 hectares, and it is a working farm. I'm not an expert, but I do have a lifetime knowledge relating to the property. And I wish to have the SNAs removed from the property. If they're not, I or an agent reserve the right to address it at a later date. It's just a formal bit. The Porirua City Council representative, Mr. Marshall, I explained to him my how or what I can speak to, so I don't know whether he's conveyed that to you or not.
This hearing is about SNAs, what the basically where they are and what the significance is.
Yes, I understand that. So I'll carry on. So today I can only speak to what is in the public domain or can be seen by the public domain. So that's why I'm only talking about SNAs 179 and 181 today. So that's what you've got information relating to, because there are other SNAs on the property. But today I'm just going to be talking to 179 and 181. So in my humble opinion, the SNAs are factually incorrect, and the process used to determine them was poorly done. And if left uncorrected, they will impact on my land use and property rights. So questions, please, because I know you've got the photos. Hopefully 1, 2 and 3 are all joined together, which relates to SNA 181. And the other 2 photos, photos 4 and 5, relate to the SNA 179. And on page 2, it showed where the photos were taken from. Page 3 is just taken straight out of Schedule 7, which outlines what they believe is in the SNA. So Do you have some questions for me?
Well, why don't you take us through what you say each of these photos shows, so we're clear as to what the message is. So we'll start with photo one.
Photo one is the south end of SNA 181. I mean, on page 2, the diagram, I tried to put a little line on the boundary of what that area of the photo was of. So basically, you're looking down the valley and up the valley at the entire area of SNA 181, which is on my property. And basically, it's just dead scrub with a little bit of gorse in the river. And it just doesn't tally up to anything of the description that the council's given, which I've just given their description, which is in page 3. So my submission is I can't for the life of me how you can call what the council alleges is 181 as a significant area with the photos showing what is actually there, which is basically dead scrub and a slight regeneration of gorse in the river.
Okay.
So,
and then we have photo 4.
Photo 4 is from the same position, which is position A, looking at the western end, or what I've underlined on page 4, which includes an area of the west comprised of regenerating forest, which is again dead scrub. And you can see on the skyline the pine trees. And if you look at photo 4, which is taken from position B, you can see clearly the pine trees surrounding the bush. So the area that they're saying is an SNA 179 just doesn't match what is actually there.
And then we have photo 5, taken from point B. So yes.
Yeah. Well, that in the foreground it shows a house. Well, which is not. I mean, it's on my property, but the property is broken up into a lot of parcels. But its entirety. That's why I gave you page 1, because it's made up of many parcels of land.
Yep.
But yeah, the bush. I mean, I fenced that off 30 odd. Probably nearly 40 years ago at my own cost, and actually ring-fenced it. But I was silly enough to plant pine trees right alongside, which, well, I mean, they're an absolute feature that isolates that patch of bush. But the council, in their SNA description, have it encompassing way more. And that's where I have problems. It's sort of like the job was not done properly. I believe it's up to the council to actually do a true and accurate representation of what's there.
Now, Mr. Phillips, the council officers have suggested to us that following the end of the hearing, and today's the last day, where submitters have given evidence that suggests that either the description of the SNAs or the extent of land they cover, or indeed the value of the ecological values in the area, is called into question and evidenced by photos such as this, that they'll send the ecologist back out there to have another look. Are you happy for the council ecological team to come onto your land and to have another look at the SNAs?
Well, to put it back, I actually had to get a council officer out of working hours because we both worked. And I pointed out these things to them at the time they're doing. They weren't interested. They wouldn't walk out the door and actually look at them. So it's incumbent on them to do the process correctly, I believe. And if they've got it wrong, they've already put it in the plan, which is operative at the moment. I believe it's their responsibility to have got it right. How they're going to rectify it is a debatable question, because it's already enacted as far as I understand.
The process from here is that the council team will file a formal reply. They will. There is the potential that they will say, we've been out to have a look. We think that Mr. Phillips is right, and therefore the SNA should be changed in the following respects. It's then our decision to change, whether to change the SNAs, whether to delete them. So in terms of,
I'm happy for them to actually view it from a public position, which is the road, which is where I've taken the photos, so they can say yay or nay. I'm not hiding anything there, but I believe it was incumbent on them to do a proper job to start with. I didn't stop them.
I suppose from our point of view, we're just trying to get the right answer and get the best inputs we can on the process. And if you're happy for the ecologist to come and have a look, then I think that's an important element in the equation, because we will. They've made that offer, and we want to take them up on it. I'll hand over to. Sorry, carry on. And if you've got a thought, then please go on, and then I'll ask my colleagues whether they have any additional questions.
Can I just say something beforehand that just came up as well, because that sort of reminds me. Because when the person was out here, we tried to actually get what the definition of a significant natural area comprised of. So one thing is they didn't come back to say, well, this is what we're determining a significant area is against. They're just looking at it and writing a description and saying, we would like to call this SNA. And I have a difficulty that they come on and say, well, yeah, this is here, so then we're going to call it a significant natural area, when they haven't provided the information of what they're actually classing a significant natural area against. If you understand my reasoning on that.
We've got material before us that what they're doing is they're testing it against criteria that are contained in the regional policy statement, which the City Council is bound to implement.
Yeah, but they wouldn't impart that information to me at the time, because I did ask for it. Because I don't have a problem of anybody looking at it from a perspective of a public point of view, which is road reserve. But if you allow somebody onto your land and say, well, yes, and then they decide they want more or less or whatever, and you don't have a description of what they're actually looking for, I believe it was incumbent on them to actually impart that knowledge to start with, rather than they've made a mistake and now they're trying to fix it. That's where I'm from. But I mean, I'm happy for them to look from a public point of view, as of where I've shown the photos, and then we can go from there. But that's as far as I'm willing to go.
Okay, thank you. I hear what you say, Mr. Phillips. Pass over to Commissioner Sinclair.
Could I just clarify, Mr. Phillips, that you're happy for the officers to come and look from the public viewpoints on the road, but not to go onto your land? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great, thank you.
And all these SNAs that I'm presenting on today can be viewed from the road. As when the council officer came and we were discussing things, they came out with the same SNA description, and I says, well, it's not there. You can look and see from it, but they declined the offer. It's quite easy to see from the road. It's like they don't have to wander around the place. But that's where they left it, and that's where it's got to. So as I said before, I said the process was determined very poorly, and I stand by that. How we move forward, yes, we definitely want to move forward. But they can see everything you can see from these photos from a public point of view.
Commissioner Williams?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Phillips. We understand where you're coming from. You've been loud and clear on that. So we appreciate your input, and we'll get the feedback from the council officers, and we'll go from there.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
The rest.
Thank you. Is Mr. Ryan on the line? No. Not yet. Oh well. Sounds like we're adjourned until Mr. Ryan arrives. Resume the hearing. Here, Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan.
Good afternoon. Ray Ryan speaking.
Welcome to the hearing. My name is Trevor Robinson. I'm the chair of the panel. My colleagues and I are waiting to hear what you've got to tell us.
Well, I did submit a written, make a written submission to you people. I hope you've had the opportunity to have a look through that.
We have indeed, thank you.
Excellent. Look, I just wanted to amplify or just bring one or two points to your consideration. First of all, I've just got 4 brief headings. One is about, can you see me, by the way?
We can indeed. We can hear you very clearly as well.
Yes, I can't see you guys, so I'm going to click on this thing to see whether I can bring you up. Never mind. More important to get the information. My concern, first of all, was wildfire protection for properties in association with the SNA. And one of the things that I read during the submission and evaluation process was that there was agreement to accept in part the recommendations of fire and emergency guidelines. And I was just a bit curious as to which part was accepted and which part wasn't. And the reason I say that is if in fact someone gets into a litigation process because of damage with their insurance company, then if the owner has complied with, let's say, the council requirements, and those are less or are not as stringent as the fire guidelines, then the council could possibly end up being a defence of its case. And I just wonder then whether, in fact, adoption of the fire and emergency recommendations in full would be a better option. So that was the first point that I wanted to make. The second point is I made submissions on about exotic planting in SNAs. And I think my submission's reasonably clear with the photographs that I have appended as appendices. And so that covers what I call erosion concern caused by slips and subsidences, and we've had personal experience of that here as a consequence of the Kaikoura earthquake. And I managed our way through that with very considerable environmental consciousness by controlling erosion, planting of exotic trees in an area that is now to be or will be designated as an SNA. And I've given the reasons that I believe that should be a permitted use. And I think that's reasonably clear. The second point in relation to removal of exotic trees in an SNA relates to the question that I think it was the consultant who recommended a area that could be addressed at one time, and also that the use of a ring barking technique to kill the tree could be used. And I have great issue with that. Now, being a safety executive in a corporate situation for about 8 years in the final stage of my professional career, I was very conscious about introducing safety hazards that could be worse to manage than perhaps the thing you're trying to protect. And I think I've set out in that some of the hazards which could come about by adopting that type of approach in areas where it could inflict on passerbys or people maintaining the safety, maintaining the SNA areas. And I think that's reasonably clear in my submission. The other point is that that's the safety hazard one. And of course, I've also pointed out that being conscious as we are of bird life, then the exotics can provide a bird support and bee support regime better than natives, given the flowering propensity of the exotic plants. Now, the last one I made a submission on, and I'm not sure whether this really comes within your terms of reference, but I talk about the effective use of council resources. And I pointed out that in my experience from departmental days through state-owned enterprises into a private company, then the focus on prioritisation of effort, given the limited resources of finance and people, was a key issue. I didn't see anywhere in the submissions any reference to what I would call cost effectiveness of the various policies. And whether that comes within your terms of reference or not, I don't know. But I thought it would be worth raising here because I was quite impressed with the Whaitua Committee report that went around looking at the quality of water improvement. And the two things they found, which I've outlined in my report to you, is first of all, the culture of the people that they were dealing with, which was a supportive culture in terms of water quality management. And secondly, that the situation in pretty well all of the locations that they visited, there were different circumstances leading to it, which meant that the Whaitua Committee have come forward with a recommendation that the council should consult deeply with landowners, councils, iwi and other parties who have an interest in it before the action plan is actually decided. Now, in that regard, I want to just outline, so my thought was, instead of having rules, we have guidelines and a checklist type of approach to requirements for the management within SNAs, because if we have I believe in our rural sector, of which we are part, there's a very good consciousness of environmental issues, and that's manifested itself in terms of support groups for pest control, etc. And so my view would be that if council can adopt a policy of guidelines and checklist approach and an audit that follows, instead of rules that require policing and penalties and that sort of litigation, it drives people away from the objective of declaring things. And with an audit regime, I just want to mention my definition of an audit regime, which I had a bit of a job explaining to a select committee when we were doing the transport law reform, is that the audit process is one where the auditor looks at the documentation that supports the particular process. If he finds something that he feels could be done better, he gets a kick out of it by finding something, and the owner or the operator gets a kick out of it because he's learnt something new. And that's what I call a supportive culture as opposed to a policing culture. And I think that we could, there could be opportunities throughout the planning process to incorporate that philosophy in terms of setting rules or setting the guidelines. And just to amplify that, can you see that document?
Can indeed.
Right. I was secretary for the Military Vehicle Club for 6 years, and I brought forward this code of conduct. And there were two things that I took as basic comments. First of all, members of the club, there's over 200 nationwide here in New Zealand, that all of the people that were involved in that process knew their vehicles because they maintained them, and they knew how to operate them. And secondly, they were very averse to reading documents. So what I did was I listed out hazards which people should look at for a particular event. I then listed out a checklist which defined what the driver's responsibilities were, and it was simply prompting them to consider those things before we took off on an expedition. And that was generated by, if you travel on the regional airlines and you have the opportunity to sit close to the cockpit when the doors open, you can see the co-pilot with a sheet of paper running down a checklist and the pilot acknowledging it. And they're two very experienced and qualified people who still use checklists to ensure that they're complying with all the requirements. And I feel that if we could have and adopt a policy and a checklist of that nature, then we can perhaps simplify the management of the council resources, because they are not unlimited. So I have suggested, in fact, that perhaps for the SNAs, one of the key objectives to prioritise is pest control. And you'll see in my Appendix 6, I think it is, just a heading which is in the paper this week. So again, safety management teaches you to look at the fundamental causes. And if you can attack those, you get a better outcome of the thing. So I'm sure the council have a great difficulty in allocating resources for all of their activities, particularly the infrastructure renewals, which we can see coming up, and that the best way to do that is to improve management systems that we've got. So it's not a case of policing, in my view, it's a case of support. So those are the issues that I just wanted to have the opportunity to bring to your attention this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. I'll just hand over to my colleagues, see if they've got any questions. Start with Commissioner Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Can I just check, in terms of the SNA, I think it's 198 that's partially on your, 191 that's partially on your property. Did you seek anything in terms of an amendment to that boundary?
I didn't.
Removed or anything?
Regrettably, I didn't realise that there was the opportunity for the consultant to visit and view it. But we were not particularly concerned because that particular area is virtually vertical. It's not really, but it's very vertical. We wouldn't be looking to develop that in any form. In fact, that area at the top part of it was covered by pine trees, very large pine trees, which I've removed over the years. And the natural vegetation from Manuka and natives coming through has taken that over. And to me, that was essential to retain its stability. But there was a small portion of that which did come out with the Kaikoura earthquake, which caused subsidence on the other side of the road, of which there's a couple of pictures in my submission which show you that. But I would, I mean, it's probably too late, but if there was someone who wanted to come and have a look at it, they're very welcome to do that if they wanted to redefine or look at that particular aspect of the SNA proposal.
Right. And I also noticed that in that, in the description for that SNA, it refers to a PCC covenant. And I just wondered, is that on your land or is that?
No, there's no PCC covenant on our particular block. But you'll notice that the SNA area on our block, which is on the right-hand side of a roadway, if you're looking at, I haven't got the diagram in front of me, but it's adjacent to other properties which are contiguous with the SNA coverage. So it could be on those, not that I'm aware of it.
Okay. Thank you. That's very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. I just wondered if you could provide me with a little bit more detail. At the beginning of your report, you discuss the issues of fire hazards, and you suggest for Eco R1 making a change in the wording to replace buildings with the term structures. Yes. You've given a reason there. Could you please elaborate a little bit on why you think that would be an improvement to the rule?
Well, buildings, in my definition, are habitable structures like homes and sheds. But of course, we have other buildings in SNAs or other structures, and particularly footbridges and boardwalks and things of that nature that could be well passing through SNAs, and they need to be protected. And that was my thinking there.
Right.
So it needed to be a little bit broader than just a building, or a building as people would perceive it.
Oh, right. Thank you. I'd wondered whether perhaps you were, just because you live on a rural property, if there were rural structures and facilities that you were particularly thinking about, as opposed to, you know, obviously a wider view of what other structures might be in the SNA. So
well, yes, pump houses, and of course we're getting into alternative forms of power, which will be quite an important thing in terms of the future energy use. And you could well look to establish, say, a wind farm and its associated control systems within an SNA if that was a suitable thing to be done. So that's where I put the view of structures. I didn't actually qualify, but they're the things I had in mind.
Thank you. That was very useful.
Mr. Ryan, you're talking about planting trees for erosion protection.
Yes.
I actually posed that question to Council's independent ecologist and said, well, wouldn't native trees take too long to grow? And his answer was to suggest not the alternative you've talked about, but rather cabbage trees. And I just wanted to run that past you as an alternative.
Well, I think my photograph in Appendix 4 or 5 shows what we've done in the subsidence area to try and get early stabilisation of the soil. And you'll notice the difference in growth between the exotics and the manuka. Now, it's, nearly 5 years since the Kaikoura earthquake occurred. And my view is that to get erosion control as easily as anything, the exotics will do that. And you will notice that I put the word there, appropriate exotics. And for argument's sake, tree lucerne is only short-lived, 5 to 10 years, but it's quite a good nursery tree for natives to come up underneath it. And as it dies out, the natives can take over. I wouldn't have thought cabbage trees were much good, quite frankly. They've got a central sort of taproot, and they're not particularly fast-growing either. We have, in fact, in another area, which is not an SNA, but underneath 11,000-volt cable, we have removed the natives and planted flax so that we get stability of the soil and control of runoff, but without interfering with the clearances to the 11,000-volt cable underneath it. And that's on our own property. So they're the sort of strategies that we've involved ourselves in trying to meet environmental and stability conservation and reduce our exposure to problems associated with that area. And I would think that that's an appropriate way to do it.
And if we were to go down that track, you said appropriate species.
Yep.
And similarly, where you're talking about planting exotics to provide more pollen for birds.
Yes.
Do we need a list of appropriate species? Because I think the last thing you'd want is somebody, some bright spark, putting something, well, obviously there's a lot of problems with wilding pines.
Yes, yes.
So do we need a list of species that would pass muster?
Yes, the fire and emergency guidelines for flammability of native plants, to me, is very comprehensive, and that style of thing would be a very simple one to compile for officers of the council to hand out in terms of management of an SNA SCAR or something of this nature. I would imagine a short-lived, certainly, well, pine trees, that's a bit of a conundrum really, because a pine tree root system, they grow very quickly and they've got a very deep root system. And as far as we're concerned, the pine trees in a SNA area do afford some ecological benefits. For instance, not so long ago, we were down underneath some of the remaining pine trees in our property, cleaning up and that sort of thing. And lo and behold, here were skinks. And in fact, we even saw geckos. So there is support for ecological considerations, even under exotics within an SNA. Not that ours were within an SNA. But I do agree that pine trees get out of hand, and a list of suggested things selected by the council with the help of an arborist or someone that could be very good guide for people who are dealing with a problem that we faced in the Kaikoura situation. After the Kaikoura, the regional council officer came out to have a look because I mentioned it to him, and he was the one who suggested that we use the poles to start with to try and stabilise it, and then be prepared at some later date to remove them as the natives came through. And he was quite complimentary about the environmental management that I'd put in at my own initiative to try and help the ecological situation and environmental situation caused by that subsidence.
Commissioner Pomare, any questions for Mr. Ryan?
Kia ora, Mr. Ryan. You very comprehensively answered the questions that I had planned to ask you, so no further questions from me. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan, for your contribution. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Good, well, thank you for hearing me out.
Not a problem.
Goodbye.
Bye. Do we have the Harpen team yet? Okay. Same program, same idea. They're due at 3, so we'll come back on when they arrive. Adjourn. Back on again, short adjournment, to hear Mr. and Mrs. Harpen on behalf of themselves and some other people. Hello, is that Mr. and Mrs. Harpen?
Yes, that's right.
Welcome. We're a little bit ahead of time, so we're ready for you to go. Should we talk first about I was going to say a flood of paper that's be coming in our direction. I didn't want to appear overbearing, but we tried to get everybody to give it to us, give material to us in advance, in order that we had the ability to ask better questions of the council staff. I've been reasonably generous for those who didn't quite get the memo. But I think that you need to tell me effectively what's going on.
I had some health problems right in the thick of when I would have normally expected to be responding here, and you'll have to forgive me if I have to dive off screen and have a bit of a coughing fit. What we've done is, I thought we had arranged this through the council facilitators. We decided that the best thing to do for everybody was to combine 5 different submissions for efficiency's sake, and that we'd put in a combined submission, and that would be simpler to do. But as we got into the thick of things, this RMA is bigger than Ben-Hur, and the breadth of the issues that we kept uncovering that needed to be addressed, in our opinion, got bigger and bigger. So our apologies for getting things in late, and it's still nowhere near the level of professionalism that I would normally expect to do with something like this. And all we can do is put it to you that the final submission, at the very least, has some page numbers on it. It contains a reasonably comprehensive set of hyperlinks and materials and arguments for 5 different submissions. And with the page numbers, at least, that'll help us in this process be able to refer to a particular page or something. And we've put together an overview PowerPoint, we're hoping that you'll allow us to present our issues and give us a fair hearing in the process.
Well, certainly the objective is to give you a fair hearing. Can I just clarify? You gave us, as you say, an unpaginated, but I counted 16-page thing, which is, as I said, passed through the thing. Once I figured out your logic is close enough, 16 is close enough to 5 times 3. We're not going to sweat over the details, especially since some of them are part pages anyway. It is the subsequent 26-page effort. Does that entirely replace the previous one?
No, it doesn't. There's a number of add-on bits there, and all of the content from the 16 is included in that larger one.
I think you misunderstood. So the larger one entirely replaces the shorter 16-page one.
Oh yes. So if you were to use the larger one, you wouldn't need to pay any attention to the smaller one.
Good, because I read the longer one, but not the shorter one.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Thank you.
So the answer is yes. We will accept your longer piece. If you want to use a PowerPoint to summarise the points you're making in your longer piece, well, that's fine. We've scheduled an hour, and we've started a quarter hour early. So we've got an hour and a quarter to play with, and so over to you. I understand there are 5 submissions, and one of the things it would be helpful to me if you could do at an early point in your presentation is to take us to a map and identify exactly where each property is and where the SNAs are in relation to it. Because I was plugging your address into the council database and getting no records found, and then trying to figure out by the location of the house in relation to the road which it was, so I want to make sure I understand it correctly. So as I say, that's the only prior request. As I say, at an early point, could you take us to a map and just talk us through where each property is?
Okay. Now, I think it's a very good idea. When you say take you to a map, is it possible that you can pull a map up?
If Ash could pull up the online proposed plan map, we'll start with.
I'm not sure how I can send you one from this end.
Well, that's right. But if no,
it's not on our one.
It's not on. It's not on their one. Can you pull up the online plan maps? Or alternatively,
even Google Maps might help if you searched for Exploration Way.
Or Wheelhouse Lane.
Oh, we've got the plan maps coming.
Okay. You need to type in 4 Wheelhouse Lane, which is the actual address. That's our personal property.
Yeah, well, that's good. I've seen that shape before. It's on your PowerPoint.
Yes, yes. But so Tori, if you could zoom out a little bit from there.
Ash. I think it's Ash.
Right, Tori.
Ash is driving the computer.
Oh, okay.
Tori's watching.
Okay. Ash is driving the computer. Okay, so stop about there. That's probably good. So that highlighted property is the Harpham homestead in 1 hectare of grounds around it, and then that property is surrounded to the south and largely to the east, but a little finger on the westward side, by Progeny Limited development land, of which I'm director. And if you go to the west, there's a very triangular looking property.
A large one.
That comes down to a point,
yes.
right?
Yeah, like it's like an equilateral triangle.
Or getting close to, yes.
So Ash, if you could pull the cursor sideways, that one.
Yes, that one.
Yes.
So that's John Sharp's property. And so all of these bits of land are at the top of Exploration Way, which is to the south of the Whitby shops. So
that's great. Thank you.
Okay, so if that helps you get oriented, that will be a big help, I think.
Yep, got it. Thank you.
Okay. Possibly, Ash, we can go to the PowerPoint presentation.
Yep, that's good.
Okay, if you can go to back to the initial slide, and yeah, pretty clearly it's not displaying on. Okay, there we go. Just by quick way of introduction, our purpose here is to try and save trees. Although on the way through, you'll find that I've got some pretty harsh things to say that might sound as if that's not the intent, but please bear with me. Can we go to the next slide, please, Ash? So this is a submission for hearing 2, as you're aware, and I'll be doing most of the presentation, but I'm presenting on behalf of myself, my wife, Sharon Harpham, John Sharp, and Progeny Limited. So in the meantime, there's a number of other people that have been in touch with us and said that they never thought that things would ever get to this point again, and that they have missed the timelines to be heard as well. And there are others that are also, we think, unreasonably affected. So I realise you want to keep our focus on only the issues that we've raised in our submissions, but we did actually raise these points in our submissions as well. So in terms of relevant experience, I've had 7 years as Principal Strategic Analyst at Corrections, where there are a lot of quite complicated issues. And one of the things that's really pretty important at Corrections is you don't use your coercive powers unless there's a very good reason, but you're nevertheless targeting a really good outcome if you possibly can. Okay, if we can move on to the next slide, please. We've been here before, twice. It's been quite stressful and involved an awful lot of work on the part of a lot of residents that are really seriously affected. Back in 2013, there was quite a lot of newspaper interest, obviously. And at the moment, there's also a lot of interest with huge protests everywhere. But yeah, back then, our mayor was quoted in the press as saying the whole principle of residents not being able to do what they want with their own land seems wrong. I think this is a step too far, and I must have mistyped that. Yeah.
Would you like me to find the original?
We can't stop them from cutting down trees. Let's see if we can find the original in the. Okay. I think this is a step too far, and we can't tell people what trees they can cut or not to cut for a fee. This is far too controlling for my liking.
And she goes on to say,
and so, the reason that we'd like to sort of represent a few others here is that a large number of us thought we'd never get to this point again. I spent hundreds of hours participating in a reference group set up by council to address all these same issues that are in front of you again. And there were a bunch of recommendations made to the council as a result. And I thought all extremely constructive ones for a win-win for everyone. All of that's been dropped, lost, summarised out of existence, and we're back to square one, it seems to me. But 2 previous councils have been convinced to push the restart button on the analysis by council officers. The big message that we want to get out of today to you folk is if you make it hard to remove a tree, people will hesitate to plant them in the first place. And there are very, very serious perverse effects that are proven. Right now we're proving it now. John's proving it now. Other people are, and all around the country we're cutting back native trees. This is not what we want to do. It's hurtful.
Not what we believe in.
It's not what we believe in. We believe in the exact opposite. But we also have our life savings and investments and our lifestyle and everything else at stake. And it's pretty serious. And yet none of that stuff that's been raised again and again
is important.
Appears to be important in this analysis that's been presented, and it's completely lost. So if we can move on to the next slide. Ash, please. So, we've just got one slide for our own personal land here. There's a lot more material backing up everything we say in the submission. One of the things to note is, as you found with searching for our address, it's not actually easy to find. There's been local subdivision, I think 4 times in the last 4 years that have affected our property. That lot 9 that you see in the picture up to the top right, lot 9 DP 519099. Well, we're on 2 more lot numbers since then. Now,
even our street addresses have changed.
Our street address has changed. So as a result of this, there are at least 5 descriptors in the proposed district plan that are already out of date and incorrect. To make matters worse, council's GIS system was wrong for a period of about 18 months. But in particular on the public website, not their own one, it was wrong for 6 months, and the lot numbers didn't match the street address numbers. This makes it pretty hard to have a meaningful discussion when people are talking about the wrong address and the wrong numbers. But an example of that is in the proposed district plan, you'll see the shape outlined in green of the areas.
The proposed one?
No, the top one. The areas of SNA on our property that have been suggested for protection. And then in the Goldwater expert evidence, the map that he was working with, which had a different SNA, a different address, and a different legal description from what he thought he was working to. So without dwelling on all of the other evidence, which I've set out in that document relatively superficially, but it's still all well underpinned, If our property rights are taken as an SNA, it would currently be based on incorrect maps, incorrect rarity assessments, incorrect descriptions, incorrect address and legal descriptions, no ground truthing despite an invitation, and incorrect evidence.
Mr. Harpen, while you're doing that, can you just point out to me where, given that the lot numbers have changed, where was lot 8?
Lot 8 is that one to the top left corner of just
Lot
next
9.
door to lot 9.
So, working in a
anti-clockwise direction.
Clockwise, it's the next one up.
Yes.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
And
about
lot 8 was never known as 68 Exploration Way.
Ever.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Got to that.
The fact that any land might form a stepping stone habitat for birds living in suburbia is about the only thing that we agree with the evidence that's been submitted as to why somebody might say this is a significant area that should be protected. That's not to say that at one point there weren't some areas of bush that we very, very much wanted to keep, and we protected and cut gorse and broom and nurtured them.
And even put some plantings in them of further natives.
We planted natives. We also, of course, planted our personal orchards, or started to, and vegetable gardens and paths, and to enjoy our property. And we wish to retain our property rights and our choice in how to keep ourselves safe from fire, and our ability to work towards sustainable self-reliance with gardens, orchard and solar panels, and the control of aesthetics of our own land and lives, and our investment in future subdivision potential. So, we feel somewhat aggrieved at the analysis that's taken place, and we see that Mr. McConnell has suggested that further visits might be in order, and we think we're an example of that for our property.
Mr. Harpen, it's Commissioner Sinclair here. Could I just interrupt you for a second to ask you some questions just about particularly because we've got these plans in front of us. On the top plan, the proposed district plan SNA as notified, the last parts that you talked about being an orchard and a garden, are they within the area on that plan shown as the SNA?
Some of the orchard is within that area, yes.
Right. Okay. And then, if just to clarify, in relation to the relief sought in your submission, do you want the SNA as it's shown on your property in the top plan removed completely, or are you, if it's redefined so it actually only covers avoids the orchard and whatever other things don't meet the criteria, which is it that you're seeking?
Our position is that that the SNA should be removed from our property entirely, but at the very least, the maps should reflect the reality on the ground. And it's probably appropriate to move on to the next slide at this point.
Sorry, can I just clarify something else? Sorry, just in relation to this plan, the area, I'm going to call it, I'm assuming north to the top of the page, so I'm going to go to the south. We're on that top plan there, the area to the south, that's Progeny's land?
Yes,
plan,
yes,
and
that boundary.
And you're one of the directors and owners of that?
Yes, yes,
okay,
we are.
right. And you're going to come to talk to us about that? You're going to talk to us separately about that piece of land?
Yes, we will.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Okay, so we had this discussion in 2012 originally with council. 2014, I think 2015 and 16, I was on the council discussion group to try and find a way forward with this stuff. And of course, given the choice between saving our trees and saving our land, we sadly decided that if the choice was between that and just having our land and not being able to do both, then in our own control, then we would pick just the land. And like a number of other people, we got a certificate of compliance from council that entitles us to clear fell everything on the property and the surrounding properties. And at this point in time, we're so exhausted with the process that we have now cleared most of those trees from the SNA. Anything that's not in the SNA is safe, but as with a lot of other people, the trees in the SNA will go. And this is as a direct result, a perverse outcome that's been entirely ignored and raised again and again, but is not part and parcel of any of the analysis in the recent council section 32
or 42
or 42A. And
there are no trees. They're gone.
The trees are gone. We cannot sustain ongoing argument over them to the detriment of our health and our welfare. So we can move to the next slide. Hello.
We scared them.
Yep. No.
You're still here. Okay.
Well, we're good. Keep going.
We don't think that natural justice has been applied here at all, and we think there's a bit of a breach in the Bill of Rights Act. But that aside, we're determined, if necessary, to go to the Environment Court under Section 85, where it makes it pretty clear that if we are unreasonably affected and there's no great advantage to anybody else in causing that unreasonable effect, then the court's in a position to say change things. To the extent that they can say that council must buy the land off us under the Public Works Act methods.
Among other things.
So it's very, very sad, but prudent for us to have cleared those trees. And we feel forced by council ignoring their duty to act fairly here. And it's really quite upsetting. So we're pretty confident we'll win in the Environment Court. In particular, and this is the really sad thing, I think that we'll present later on a huge amount of food for thought for you about the inappropriate labelling of these trees as significant natural areas under the guidelines. And we thought we might be able to use that as evidence in the Environment Court for the fact that there's no great impact on the rest of the world. But it's going to be even more certain of a win if there in fact are no trees there at all. And so that's the decision we've made. We can move to the next slide, please. So along with us, it would be nice if we could save John's trees and correct the significant natural area map on John's land. So he's at 64 Exploration Way, so you can see that in the background picture. And unfortunately, John's submission appears to have been entirely sidelined in this process. His request and rationale were not addressed at all in the 42A report. And he would like the same courtesy of not taking his property rights off him in areas where there are no trees. He also will appeal, if necessary, to under RMA Section 85. And he is like a lot of people and many that have expressed their opinion in various different districts around the country, he is absolutely sure that he has said to me, I can say this to you, that he will clear fell the entire property before he goes to the appeal. And there are lots of other Johns out there. He also has a certificate of compliance allowing him to make that clearance. So we go to the next slide, please. So progeny, I have to put a different hat on here as Director of Progeny. Progeny is wholly owned by the family, and our purpose in setting up as a developer for this block of land was in actual fact to preserve it in its entirety. Best way we could afford to do that was just planning to put 3 lifestyle blocks on there and preserve all of the trees. Council have forced our hand time and time again and driven costs up and compliance issues up. So we progressively had to add more and more lots in order to pay for their demands. And I have to say that the evidence given to you so far by in Section 42A responses appears to be rather naive about how things currently work in terms of negotiation for developers and how the resource consent process currently works. Applications already have to be assessed against RMA Part 2, National Environment Standards, Regional Policy Statements, but also they have to take into other criteria to produce balance. So you've got a residential chunk of land here that Progeny owns that had sheep grazing on paddocks.
That's the brown area now.
Just to the south of the land there, right down the very bottom, that's the Waitangirua Link Road, which was cleared by council of all of the SNA areas. And there's a new residential street going in. Our piece of land is actually the best opportunity along that whole street for the city to benefit from the enormous and unreasonable expense, in my view, of putting that link road in. And it makes complete sense under the district plan rules to make use of the services and roading and everything else. That's the purpose of a residential zone chunk of land. Naturally enough, we've picked the flat areas and the areas clear of trees, and we work very hard to be eco-conscious with our developments. So just under the word trees, where it says save Progeny's trees, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5 areas where we negotiated with council with that earlier subdivision to preserve the best of the environment and put consent notices on those areas. Part of that negotiation was to say we also wanted to stop stormwater heading off, and so those areas are also reserved for stormwater detention devices and have other purposes and amenity value for the purchasers, and that's all set out in the covenants in the consent notice. The area directly under the sort of a P for Progeny is a sort of something of an oblong area. That's that whole area to the left of our Progeny boundary to the west. That's under a covenant to protect all of the trees, and that was again somebody else's subdivision act. To the right or towards you can see to the right-hand side, the east, there's a new subdivision that's gone in there. That's the old Whitby Golf Course. And so there was only gorse pretty much taken off there. And we have an access leg in there to the, coming off that road on the right-hand side is Banks Boulevard. So there's an access leg coming in off Banks Boulevard. We've got a consented subdivision in there. Where more than 50% of the area of the consented subdivision is going to be consent notice protection, again allowing the likes of sustainable use, allowing the kids to enjoy running around in forests, allowing paths to go in, and allowing stormwater detention devices to go in. It's a bit difficult not being. I'm used with the PowerPoint to be able to point at things, but remotely it's a little bit harder. So right smack bang in the middle of the picture, yeah, right there, with now a little bit further to the right with the cursor, yeah, that bit there. Those are mature plantation gum forest, which is a part of a carbon registered productive gum forest, which will be seriously affected on the progeny land. But our intention is to remove the gums, or it was, but now we'd probably prefer to leave them in there because it helps preserve our land from further land taking by council. We did apply to QE2 though for that whole area to go under a QE2 covenant. They turned it down on the basis that it was not of any interest, and it didn't have any value as a native area, and that it would cost too much to work to preserve it. So yeah, we are trying to do eco-conscious development. I think though that the proposed SNA rules will create perverse outcomes, and as a prudent investor, knowing that the trees will still grow, Progeny also thinks that they will win an RMA case under Section 85 because we'd be so unreasonably affected under the proposals that there's millions and millions of dollars involved here, and millions of ratepayers lost to the council. It's always possible that we'd lose, but Progeny also will consider going to the Environment Court to get a reasonable and just outcome.
And they have a return certificate.
Yeah, and yes, and as my wife says, Progeny also has a certificate of compliance to clear the vegetation. So we go to the next slide, please.
Sorry, could I just ask, how much, am I understanding it correct that you've already exercised some of the removal of trees provided by that covenant, so by that certificate of compliance, so that the aerial photo doesn't show correctly what the trees are like now? Is that correct?
Yes, you're correct. If we can go back, go back a slide. So yes, that aerial photograph shows some of the clearance that has been done, and it also shows the published proposed SNA area. But again, the wildlands folk did come in and they did inspect a large part of the Progeny land. They got through about half of it. And they've suggested some changes to represent the truth on the ground. They haven't got it right, but they also, at the time, I pointed out that they were using an incorrect overlay for what they thought was the SNA areas. And you'll see that in their more detailed submission, where the Mr. Goldwater's expert evidence has got an incorrect overlay that he's using when he refers to the inspection and changes. But things are, we're still potentially clearing bush right now, but we don't want to. This is the whole point. But if you're faced with such utter power in the hands of a bureaucrat to stop you doing something because there's something in the way, and you have it within your power to remove that uncertainty, it's only prudent to do so. It's far better to allow us to keep some flexibility and the ability to negotiate on a more even footing. But the proposed rules are so draconian that we don't see that is able to happen. We've been held to ransom too many times for absolutely you would not believe how unreasonable things can look from the point of view of trying to get something happening for the city when you're on the other side of the fence. And as I say, I think quite frankly the Section 32 and Section 42 analysis is really quite naive as to the truth of what is and how things happen. We'll move on to the next slide. So the current narrative is, I think, quite misleading. Are you able to put the slides on full mode on the rather than just with the
it's not doing anything.
Is it full screen presentation or not? So
it's not working.
It's not. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. We think the entire narrative that council is currently working to is extremely misleading. Under the prior or status quo rules and the prior rules, we think we have homes and we have trees and things are working. The aerial photograph in the black and white is from 1942, but there are plenty of other photographic evidence of the fact that there really was not a stick standing in the entire Porirua Basin, pretty much from 1960 onwards, 1960 to 70 onwards, things only just started to change. Everything in the Porirua Basin, virtually apart from stuff that's already reserved, is regrowth. This is not
or planted by someone.
Or planted by somebody, yes. This is not a matter of preserving remnants, which is what the dialogue says. This is not a matter of
stopping it going away.
Yeah, loss. This is a story of quite significant success in truth, and the evidence for saying otherwise is at a national level, not at a local level. And
so, very, very misleading.
Well, yeah, you can tell we're quite tense about this. My wife's commenting in the cheap seats. Sorry. Yeah, we can move to the next slide, please. So the council's current narrative seems to say ongoing decline in Indigenous biodiversity. The status quo policies and rules are a failure. The council are required to enact draconian rules. Council are acting in a reasonable way to preserve property rights. The outcome of the proposal will be improved environment. Extensive consultation has not uncovered significant opposition. Effects on SNA owners are mitigated. No social and economic or social assessment is worth bothering with. And there are sentences that I precede those, but right throughout the Section 32 analysis in particular, it's actually so wrong that it's distressing. This is all incorrect. Move to the next slide, please. So the true story is locally there are ongoing increases in Indigenous biodiversity. There's a success of the status quo under the stewardship of urban ratepayers, and it's working. Council have seriously overstated the protection requirements.
From GWRC, from their...
Well, no, also they've overstated and misstated what's in the Resource Management Act. So council's proposed rules effectively take away almost all property rights within SNAs and hand them to council. The discretion for anything at all is with council virtually. Anything important to the owners.
We can look at it.
The threat to control landowner interests is resulting in perverse outcomes. And there's a long and public history of significant opposition to the land grab. Many SNA owners are in despair in the face of the expensive supposed mitigation process. The impacts on many people are huge, unjust, unreasonable, and life-shattering. Move to the next slide, please. So I'd just like to address a bit further. So not only are the Indigenous areas in Porirua clearly advancing from earlier period. The statistics quoted in various places are quite wrong. So in the Section 32 report, as the underpinning, absolutely underpinnings reason for doing all of this land taking is 70,000 hectares of native vegetation lost across New Zealand. If you drill down on the source of that information that's quoted, the 70,000 hectares is shown across this graph here to the right-hand side. Over the same time period and using the same filter, but just displaying that on a per region basis, you can see where the losses and where the gains are. The Wellington region has actually gone ahead and continues to go ahead. So the rationale for saying that we have to do this is wrong. And the other thing is, I don't think there's any sense in using that rationale. The whole point of leaving the definitions of significant and protect not defined in the RMA is not to create confusion. The whole point is that each region has got a different context and must make contextual decisions. But this policy does not make contextual decisions. It has a misleading narrative that is really quite wrong.
Industry.
And it makes no sense for the Porirua district to try and make up the 70,000 hectares worth of Indigenous loss nationwide. You know, the species are different, the land area is impossible. You can't make up the 70,000 hectares in a 17,500 hectare land area. So we move to the next slide, please. So the next point is the expert identification of significant natural areas. So the RMA has left the definition of significant to the regional councils and territorial authorities. And the RPS has endeavoured to, quite rightly, look at the situation in the Wellington region and look at the other objectives, not just the Indigenous vegetation issues, but the other objectives for the region and what areas we need for what. And they have come up with a definition of what is significant, and that we'll address shortly. But one of the things in there is if something is representative. And so having shown you those aerial photographs, I hope you can be convinced that this is not original forest that we're trying to protect. And the regional policy statement distinguishes between protecting genuine original forest from further degradation versus protecting representative current forests or areas. So all of our land, John's progenies and the Harpen land is identified as Kanuka forest or scrub. The Manuka and Kanuka are fast-growing, robust plants, quite invasive from the point of view of farmers. They're in fact so robust that, as we hopefully all know by now, that the invasive foreign plants like gorse and broom, they come through. They get a life of about 15 to 25 years, but then they get beaten out, roundly beaten out, entirely beaten out by the Manuka and Kanuka. It's so robust and so strong growing. Any piece of farmland we end up with scrublands over it pretty quickly. So currently the North Island is over 72,000 hectares of vegetation cover classed as Manuka and Kanuka, which is 6% of the total land area of the North Island, that is. A wildland zone analysis says it's not rare, but in the nationally threatened species list, just at the moment, as of 2017, it has had an elevated risk on it, describing it as threatened. Now, the reason for this was in 2017, we had the myrtle rust scare, and there was concern for the entire family from that family of trees, including the Pahutakawas through to Manuka and Kanuka, and it was not known just how terrible this biohazard would be. And so at a single meeting in 2017, temporarily, Kanuka and Manuka were escalated in threat level up to a threatened status. Now, that's not threatened by subdivision, that's not threatened by humans, it's threatened by a biohazard, which is not what these policies are all about. Since that time, there's now evidence to say the Kanuka and Manuka are proving very resistant, and in fact, even that biohazard threat is not significant. The Section 242A report even observes that Manuka and Kanuka are common throughout the city. This is not a threatened species. So next slide, please. So let's just have a look at the RPS Policy 23A from the Regional Council. It says that representativeness, the ecosystems or habitats that are typical and characteristic examples of the full range of the original or current natural diversity of ecosystem and habitat types in a district or in the region, and, so this is and, so both of these things have to be true for something to be significant. So in that first sentence, I think even though there's indications that when they say current natural diversity, it was only ever intended to be degraded original systems, not unnatural regrowth.
Natural regrowth.
But we can see that you could argue that a gorse and Kanuka mix might be a natural diversity of ecosystem. But even despite that, the second criteria must apply. That it's got to be no longer commonplace, less than 30% remaining.
There was none.
And so that would typically apply, I think, to the original ecosystems. But the second one is the one that you would apply to a current natural diversity, such as a Kanuka scrub or forest. And that is that it's poorly represented in existing protected areas, less than about 20% legally protected. So the expert evidence of Mr. Goldwater and the district plan and the references to the these areas in Schedule 7, I think it is, assert that less than 20% is legally protected, but there is no evidence supplied as to where that number came from. It just seems to me to be an assertion that doesn't meet the sniff test.
Commissioner Sinclair here. Just a question in relation to that policy. When you talk, it talks about a full range of original or current natural diversity. For the original, what do you think that means? What's your view?
There isn't any.
Well, there are some original. There is a little bit of original apparently in Porirua and in some of the reserve areas, but the original natural areas have been set out in an analysis done for the regional council, where they systematically gathered up evidence and said, well, there must have been tawa forests here, and there must have been totara forests here in these other areas, and there's different climates on the east coast from the west coast in the region. And so they've identified what they think the original forest range was in the region. That doesn't mean that document would override some evidence of some real, 200 or 300-year-old trees, or even 100-year-old trees. You'd probably respect the truth on the ground. So that ground truthing thing is still pretty important. So I'm no expert in that stuff whatsoever. So I just enjoy the outdoors and the bush, and wish as much of it preserved as reasonably possible, particularly if it's on somebody else's land. But
at this stage,
at this stage,
we're protecting it on our land. Not so keen anymore.
I've not put too much attention into that, because for our particular land, it used to be grassland and now has some Kanuka forest at its oldest, maybe 65 years.
Well, can't even be that.
Gradually worked its way up out of the steeper gullies, and it gradually has invaded in our farmland, to the extent that we had a paddock that we used to refer to as the sick paddock for any sheep that were sick, so it was a bit closer to the house. And when we sort of decommissioned that to grazing, within 2 years we had Manuka and Kanuka that was almost 2 meters tall. It's just astounding how fast it will claw its way back. And the indication is that all of the seed beds in the area are still particularly healthy. And it's been very, very easy to greenbelt a lot of the steeper slopes around the Porirua Harbour and have them recover to healthy bush that would stop erosion and meet multiple objectives without picking on a few people and causing them a huge amount of personal loss.
Mr. Harpham, can I just point to the clock?
Yes.
I think you need to speed it up, because I would like to canvass a few questions with you before we close the day. Okay,
I think we're down to only one slide left. So
next slide, please.
Yeah, we move to the next slide. So I thought, well, how can we determine without evidence what this assertion about 20% not protected? So as it's an area of expertise of mine, I downloaded the overlay data from council, and I've documented in the supporting material what I did. The areas here that you see on this map of the Porirua Basin, we've got SNA areas that don't overlap with reserves, and we've got in the green, we've got SNA areas, proposed SNA areas overlapping with existing council reserves. Council did an analysis of their own in 2000, and their report said that typically 50% of any eco area was already in reserve, covenant, and QE2. This this area, this analysis shows that just on council reserves alone for what wildlands have identified as Kanuka scrub, 39% of that is already protected by council reserves. And so I put it to you that in actual fact, this nowhere near meets the criteria suggested by the regional policy statement, and that the assertion that less than 20% protected is in all likelihood extremely wrong. I haven't added in here QE2 protection. I haven't added in the protection on all the land around us. I haven't added in the protection that I know about that we have put on with consent notices, or other people that have put on with consent notices. And there's actually a remarkably small number of us who stand to lose a huge amount, and based on false assertion and false information. So I think that pretty much summarises. We can just move on to the next slide. I think we're pretty much done. The major point here really, though, is if you make it hard to remove a tree, people will hesitate to plant them in the first place. And I think that there's a huge amount of truth to that. Farmers up and down the country, residential people now up and down the country are going to say, well,
no,
why don't we do what Dave's other neighbour did, who's got planted exotics? He's got a lovely garden and he's completely left out of the SNA area. The birds and the skinks are still running through his place, but no, he's safe. Anybody that nurtures a native tree in this district is really doing themselves a disservice. And I'd remind council that the RMA says that they have to have particular regard for the ethic of stewardship, and point out that the regional policy statement makes the comment that that it's appropriate to work with landowners, otherwise you won't get success. So, yeah, as I say, huge amount of supporting material, but nowhere near as comprehensive as I would have liked it to have been. I ran out of time.
And it doesn't incorporate
a lot of the links to the things I've said and the rationales are in that supporting document, 25 pages, I think it is. So yeah, questions, please.
First question from me, Mr. Harpham. When did you get your COCs?
Originally in 2014, I think, or 2015, and we've renewed them every 2 or 3 years to make sure that we've got 5 years ahead covered.
When you talked about recently cleared, first of all, let's talk about your own and progeny's land. When was it cleared?
Last week. Sorry, there's the Harpham land.
Yes.
Yeah, the Harpham land we've cleared last week. There's still a couple of
we did plant
isolated specimen ones that we would dearly love to keep. As I say, this is not an easy thing for us to do, and we've been making the point since 2013 to council that that in the choice of losing our property rights and being faced with not being able to even trim a branch without having an ecologist report a $2,000 consent application and an arborist supervising, we would far rather have our property rights preserved. And that's not to say that we don't value that bush. We really do, and it's really.
We've been looking after it for 16 years. We've been helping it to maturity. We've been planting in the understory.
We're an example of the perverse outcomes of this policy.
We're going to start again now, but we're not putting in natives.
And when did Mr. Sharp clear the areas on his land?
That photo must be pre-21 last year.
The week after the district plan was notified, the proposed district plan was notified.
That's my
recollection. And he's held himself back, I think, from the degree of anger that he felt at the injustice that's been done to him. he has only cleared the bits. When we moved in here, we overlooked his property 15 years ago. That was all lovely yellow gorse, those areas that he's cleared. The stuff in the gullies, that was already, the Kanuka had already overtopped the gorse. But in the intervening time, the gorse has been gradually, for the areas that he cleared,
He's been cutting back the gorse anyway.
Gradually overtaken by the greater height of the Kanuka.
And in terms of the material you put to us, the aerial photo from 1942 compared to now, that of course is a picture of what we might describe as urban Porirua. Do you think the same is true of the rural areas?
No, I don't. I think that what's happened in Porirua is that, yes, the settlers came and burnt things off, and the Porirua Basin was bare of just about anything. I think it was probably relatively uncontrolled burns, I suspect, but I'm not a historian. And then if you look at the areas where the recovery is, it's for the most part in the urban zoned land. And I think John's example is a case in point. When he bought pre-1990, I think, he had grass and cows running on his land. And then some neighbours complained because it only just been rezoned from rural to suburban, and some neighbours complained that the cows made a lot of noise, and the council sent him out a notice to say that he had to get rid of agricultural stock, so he did, and he thought, well, what can I do? I've got all of this land with grass on it, and he decided to just leave it, and the gorse came up, and then gradually it's been overtaken by the natives. And I think probably anywhere where there's a financial incentive for a farmer to keep running stock, the natives just don't come back. The little sprouts get eaten down, and that's it. But as soon as you take away an incentive to cut things down or do something else with it, then actually the natives are welcomed by the urbanites. They love them. We love them. We just want to be able to use our land as well, and that's the purpose of if you look at the base purpose of the RMA, it's very, very well stated to use the resources in a sustainable way and balance out these things for people and for nature. And in a urban zoned area, that seems to be a pretty clear indication of the intent. Please don't make it so that we all say, okay, well, if we invest in this area now, we'll have to make sure that we keep the native plants off it.
Well, I think it's probably fair comment about the RMA pre-2014, but since the Supreme Court's decision in King Salmon, increasingly the RMA is about identifying environmental bottom lines rather than balancing things. So, and you talked about, well, that the RMA is a beast, but looks like the direction of legislative change is going to be even further into environmental limits. So I'm not sure that the characterisation of balancing in the RMA still holds true.
Seems to read that way.
Well, that's what a lot of people thought until the Supreme Court told us in 2014 that that's not how you should read it. Like I understand what you're saying. As I say, a lot of people thought exactly what you thought until the Supreme Court told us something different.
So we are left with clearing every single piece of native growth off the property. Is that what you're telling us?
No.
Is it worth getting some more more directed opinion on that. I think there's some other law out there that can be brought into the picture. The Land Transfer Act says that its purpose is to protect property interests, including the ownership of trees. There's a number of other avenues there that can be explored, and I'll put it to you that despite the king salmon finding, that at the moment is what I am seeing is that there is perhaps an overreach of the ambit of Mr. McConnell here with the the single source of management of the policy. That there's the drafting, the critiquing in the Section 32, the defending of the policy in the 42A.
Mr. Harpham, I should stop you there. Don't make it personal to Mr. McDonnell. He's doing his best to follow the instructions as he professionally views them. You're entitled to put a contrary view, but don't play the man, play the ball.
No. Comment well made and accepted. But if I can say that it doesn't feel like a fair process if there isn't anybody going into bat
on behalf
of property rights and on behalf of some of the other things in the RMA. I'm sure the king salmon decision makes that harder, but I think that the overall picture that I see is one where there's assertion about, and wrong assertion, demonstrably wrong assertion about the loss of Indigenous vegetation. There's wrong assertion about what you have to identify as significant. There's wrong assertion about the degree to which you must protect it. If you follow the regional policy statements and look at the guidance that the regional council published on how to interpret these things, they make it very clear that they expect quite a different direction from that taken up by the council officers, and they link to the quality planning website as well and suggest that this is a good source of how to achieve the goals. So very clearly at the regional council level in the quality planning website, there's a completely contrary view to what's been presented to you. I don't know what other legal advice you've had. I've not done anything other than peruse the summary of the king salmon finding, but it seemed to me that it wasn't the end of the story yet. There's a whole other story to be told about the regional council's intentions, and that nobody's telling it, and that I think it would be appropriate for council to
support its ratepayers,
to ask some other questions on behalf of the ratepayers who are seriously affected here.
I'll pass over to Commissioner Sinclair.
Just on page 12 of your written statement, the one with the numbers on it, just had that aerial photo from 1942. So, I'm just going back to that question, and it's the one you've used in the presentations, I take it as well. So
yes.
When we're going back to when you're asking us to go back and consider that, what was original, this is what we should be looking at? Is that
no. It's a very good question. If you look at the RMA and consider what's original, there's some people have nominated 1841 as what should be original. So anything that happened before European sort of dominance and settlement should be regarded as original. There's other people that might argue that the Canterbury Plains or Southland with those iconic tussock landscapes shouldn't be considered original because once upon a time there were trees there. The issue of original and significance are ones of context. So you'll find that on the west coast of the South Island, Westland has 84% of Westland is already under DOC control. When they had a wildlands report that identified significant natural areas that interpreted significant as if it's a large piece of original bush, then that makes it even more significant. That argument ends up with you identifying no room at all for humans to get on with making sustainable use of resources. So the Wildlands report, I think, identified 36% further private land, bringing the total suggested protection up to 90% of Westland. Naturally enough, there's a lot of angst down there about that process. It's all about the context and what we want to value. I personally would hugely value protection of the remnant forests up to a point, and our local regional council has suggested that point should be about 30%. Implication of that, if you interpret that as a healthy target for our region, is that potentially if we currently had 60% of 500-year-old totara, then a big chunk of it would be open to sustainable use and possibly clear felling to make room for food supply and everything else. These are difficult calls to make. Personally, I want to live in harmony with nature, and I'd really, really, really like to see green building of our steeper slopes around the Porirua Basin. And the best time to do that is when you're rezoning from rural to residential, and then nobody's losing because the farmer's getting a real golden handshake anyway. And we'd see an awful lot of these lovely bush areas come back and create quite a wonderful society and community here living in harmony with nature. It's my thought. But when we went through all of the consultation with council in 2014, 15, 16, it was quite consistent. The council said any such suggestion is out of scope. And again, we see the same thing in the Section 32 report that says that no, there's no other practical option. We can't possibly do anything other than compare against the status quo, which they've done a hatchet job on. So even the status quo has worked quite well. But I don't think this serves either the RMA or the populace very well. I just think it's really quite flawed. And the deeper this is why it's taken so much time to get something in and why I'm a bit late. The further I looked, the more wrong I think this is.
Turning to page 5 of your written statement as well, just in relation to the progeny land, and you've helpfully provided the 2 photos of the proposed district plan and Mr. Goldwater's version of it. That progeny land, and again, I'm just trying to, it's almost like that single block that effectively surrounds your current house on three sides, sort of thing, right?
Yes, okay. That's right.
And there's just some differences there in terms of there's some slight differences there in terms of some of it looks like it's being removed by Mr. Goldwater further.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
and then, but also you're telling us that in relation to the rest of it, there are areas there where that vegetation has been removed, but still has an SNA coverage over it.
Yes. There's not a lot left. At the time, there was a couple of things that we discussed at the time where there's an access track that's necessary to get from one part of the property to the other, and the scrubby growth above the access track is considerably younger than the stuff on the other side, and he agreed that I know it didn't make any sense to chop off the access track and take that, but nevertheless he's not removed that. There's another area where they had their cell phone GPS to try and walk the areas where things had been cleared, but there was an area where there was a great big sinkhole on the track where there'd been an underrunner collapsed, and they didn't go down and GPS around that, but where things had been cleared, and so that's missing as well. It's a big chunk of land, and they didn't have a lot of time, and I think Nick had to catch an aeroplane, and so he really had no leeway in terms of taking longer.
And then the thing, regardless of that, the thing is that your relief sought is to have it all removed from your...
The SNA, not the trees. We don't want to remove the trees. We
remove the SNA in its entirety. Yep.
Yes. Or at the very least, come back and just recheck these bits where you seem to have missed things on the first trip.
So as I understand it, the offer's been made for someone to come back, but any decision that we make would be post that, regardless whether it's done or not. We won't be deciding till after.
Okay. Yep. Oh no. Look, we've had over the years, I think we've had 3 ecologists visits, several reports done. We're open to trying to save the trees. As I say, we approached QE2 Trust to try and lock some up.
You've approached council?
However, having said that, we've sold out, and there'll be a subsequent developer moving on from here. We really we are so over Porirua City Council's attacks, and we just don't regard this as a fair process at all.
Thank you. That's all been very clear. Thank you for your presentation.
Commissioner Williams.
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Harpen, for a very thorough, or a series of very thorough submissions, and I can assure you I have read them all, as have the other commissioners, and I think made even more powerful by your presentation, which is clearly made not just on your behalf, but on behalf of a number of urban residents. So thank you for the time and effort that you've put in.
Well, look, thank you for giving us a hearing. We appreciate it.
Commissioner Pomare.
Kia ora, Mr. and Mrs. Harpen. Thanks very much. Just to echo the comments already made by fellow commissioners for your submission, and particularly for the presentation today, which has certainly clarified your position in stark terms for me, in highlighting your fundamental concern that if the district plan makes it hard to remove a tree, people will hesitate to plant them in the first place. So I think we've heard that message loud and clear. Just one question for you, because of course we've heard, as you're aware, from many other submitters who share similar concerns to yourselves in relation to the restrictions on property rights due to the imposition of SNAs on their properties. But the concerns they've expressed have generally related to the need to be able to prune trees back to preserve sunlight and to reduce fire hazard risks and those sorts of things. So I'm interested in getting, I think I know the answer to this, but I'd like to get some clarification from you directly as to which activities or property rights in particular, are you seeking to protect both through the clear felling of those areas you've already identified that were proposed as SNAs on your property, and through what you're hoping to be able to protect in future as part of those SNAs, should the restrictions, I guess, be more appropriately limited in terms of preserving your property rights?
Well, I think the answer is in two parts with the two different hats that I wear.
Yes.
In terms of the personal property, it's been my lifelong dream to become quite self-reliant.
Yes.
And I really, really do want to be self-reliant in food. Being able to plant an orchard, I'd love to be able to pick my own fruits and nuts.
Yes.
We put a covenant on all of the properties we've so far subdivided to say that you can plant natives or fruit and nut trees. That reflects my personal values.
Yes.
And that reflects what I think is a reasonable balance in a residential zone, and also look after people downhill regards stormwater, etc. So
yes.
Few other things there, don't let the cats and dogs roam and attack the wildlife. So we've covenanted land. Those are our values.
Yes.
I would like to be self-reliant, and that's what I bought this property right for.
And we knew it was residential at the time.
And so for ourselves, that's our intention. But in the back of one's head, there is always the resale value and the potential for subdivision in terms of financing retirement.
Yes.
So yes, that's there as well.
Yes.
Regards the bigger block that that Progeny bought, our intention originally was to preserve our lifestyle block privacy. We could see the writing on the wall with the link road going in. And we bought pre-link road, pre-land taking.
Oh, we knew where the land taking was.
It was clear where it was going to be at that time. So that was our intention. And I would say that under the 10 administrations of the council, I have become quite the rabid developer in terms of Progeny, that there was an investment that could have sunk the entire family, all of my friends and everyone else that loaned us money. And the way council have behaved to try and completely torpedo the ability to do the reasonable, I am now quite firmly, as regards the Progeny land, in the camp of let's protect our investment, let's do something that is optimal while still preserving the environment to the extent that makes sense to us, according to what we understand about the value of the trees and the value of the grasslands and the etc. And my experience in dealing with the resource consent process is that anywhere where you give an indication to the planners that they should turn you down, they rather regard you as an enemy of the state and turn you down. And so what I see in the proposed rules is something that will just shut down Progeny's ability to develop in a reasonable way, because there's this tendency to use coercion just because you can. And I don't think that's right. I don't think council needs to do that. And so for the Progeny land, you can see we're working with the grasslands and trying to preserve things, but nevertheless, if there's an area where you've got to put a sewer pipe, because sewer has to flow downhill, then it's often very clear where it's got to go. But you end up with council needing $20,000 of reports, and possibly having millions of dollars of loss of value from your investment. And in our case, we had one situation where there's I'm just looking at one of the pictures there, where the loss of some Mahoe scrub, just a little bit, would probably be worth $2 million in terms of retail value of building potential and new ratepayers. And now Mahoe leaps out of the ground. It's a copper seam plant. It's not scarce. It's not rare. And yet.
And the sheep love it.
The council will come and say, "Oh, we quite like the look of that greenery, and it's got amenity value for the people on the far side of the planet, or at least the far side of the valley. So therefore, you're not allowed to enjoy your property right."
Thank you.
So, yeah, sorry to rabbit on.
No, not at all. I mean, that's certainly clarified for me what you're referring to here. So thank you both very much.
I think that.
Could I just ask for one point of clarification in relation to, this is about the potential site visit, and you referred to that you had Mr. Sharp's, you speaking for him, but I think it might be better that if the officers were going to come back, or consultants to come and look at your site, and if they're going to do Mr. Sharp's site as well, they need Mr. Sharp's permission to do so. So rather than, is it possible? I just want to make this so it's clear and for communication and that if Mr. Sharp could communicate that through the hearings administrator, if you could ask him to do that, then we have more direct certainty that from Mr. Sharp that he's happy with that process, and if he's not, he can say so.
Okay, it's certainly not a problem.
No, okay. If you were able to do that, I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
I suspect the aerial photograph is probably almost as good as an inspection in his case, because the edges of those cleared land is so well demarked in the aerial photograph. But I'll pass that message on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harpham, and thank you very much to you both for your contribution. You've given us quite a few things to think about, which we will do. We can assure you of that. But we should sign off. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing of submissions. I can recall that we're waiting for something from Greater Wellington that I asked for today, by next Wednesday. I'll issue a minute about an enlarged time frame for council reply. We're going to go into a huddle now and talk about potential site visits, and we'll organise that separately. So thank you one and all. We'll adjourn Stream 2, resuming at the start of Stream 3 on a date that I cannot recall.